Yeah. I don't watch a whole lot of television, actually. I watched, in preparation for Alan Wake, one episode of True Detective and one episode of season 2 of American Horror Story. That's all I watched. Oh, and all of Twin Peaks: The Return.
4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Oh shit. Bingo.
Bingo! Interesting. Season 1 of True Detective's a masterpiece. Shame about the other seasons. I see. I should probably give it a shot one of these days. Yin really wants me to watch it. But I think I kind of got the point. I wonder if you can actually get a bingo with those numbers. Not all of those numbers, no. Bingo's 5 numbers, right? 6 of those. So I'm gonna say no. I watched The Return after playing Alan Wake 2 and it was such a revelation. Yeah! You can see where he gets it from, right? Usually the B's are 1 through 15. I's are 15 through 30. I see. Okay. Interesting. Huh. I didn't know there was that much of a... I had no idea that there was that much of a formula to it. I didn't know there was lore. Problem. There's 6 numbers, you need 5 of them to make a bingo. 4, 8, and 15 would all be in one column then, right? 16 and 23 would be in the same column. Oh, and 23. Yeah. Yeah. You can't. Yeah. I didn't know there was a numbering scheme. That's cool. From has very strong Lindelof vibes. Interesting. I hear good things about From. I haven't watched it, but I've heard it's pretty good. But yeah, Lomst is just one of those shows that I just really enjoy. It's very much lightning in a bottle. It's very much a product of the people who made it and where they were in their lives.
10 years at a nursing home gets you to learn some things, dear Louise.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Approaching bingo like it's a 999 puzzle. I need to stop trying to solve the 999 puzzles. Because I just need to progress in the visual novel until they give you the answer to the 999 puzzle, is the thing. Like, I keep trying to solve them before they give me the opportunity to solve them, and then they don't give me the opportunity to solve them. They're blue balling me with these puzzles. They're like 9 characters walk into a room. Each one has a bracelet with an integer 1 through 9. Oh, each one only appearing once. 2 doors, 1 labeled 4 and 1 labeled 5. And I'm like, oh, I get to do a math puzzle. And then they're like, okay, do you want to go through door 4 or 5? These are your 2 options. Oh, okay. Never mind then, I guess. I thought you liked that. Blue balls is not the same as chastity. These are different things. They may be nested subjects, but they're not the same. But yeah, I hope y'all have had a great weekend so far. Or week even. It's Thursday, isn't it? Cool. Hey, have I ever explained the concept of a Bunalysis before? I don't know if I ever went over this. I don't know if I ever explained what this is today. Seeing you play 9-9 has been so enjoyable, by the way. Well, thank you. I've been enjoying it. I've been having a really good time. You analyze the buns of the characters, right? Exactly. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever explained the concept of Bunalysis. So, when I was going for my master's, I had to write some non-serious public transportation, also known as a syllabus. And I wanted to teach about video games. Ow.
So if you're enjoying 999, that means it's a chastity puzzle game then? Limes.
Okay, listen. Sorry, what's your master's bun? Oh, her name is Yeen. It's in literature. So I had to write a couple syllabus for student teaching. And one of the things that I wanted to teach about was video games, because I like them, and they're my special interest, and I love talking about them, and I love thinking about them, and I love them. So I wanted to talk about things like ludology, and do critical analysis for video games and sort of teach that as a class. Fortunately, I discovered Twitch, which lets me basically do that. But here's a question I have for you. If you're coming up with a class structure, if you're coming up with an idea for how to teach a lesson about a video game, and you can't assume that everyone in your class has played that game or is familiar with it, how do you do that? Do you assign the video game as homework? Because you can't expect all of your students to, have the technology to play the games, right? Even if you provided copies of it, you'd have to provide, a console or a computer to, all of your students, and then kind of, and a copy of the game, right? Yeah, or even the ability to play through said game. It could be an accessibility issue for certain games. It's complicated. Do you take a lot of class time and sit down and play through the game together for the class, in front of people? For people who are playing to go to a class, or paying to go to a class, like a college course, that's kind of a big ask. Depending on the game, that could take, 10, 15, 20 hours. Yeah, reading a Wikipedia page is not really going to cut it, because what you generally want from a class is for the students to have an experience of the thing, right? So it's not so much knowing the things that happen in the game, it's what did you feel when playing this? What did these, the way the game controls or feels communicate to you? What were your take on, the themes and stuff like that? And reading a Wikipedia page isn't going to communicate that sort of thing. It's not going to give you the experience of the art, right? And that, because that's one of the really important things about video games. That's one of the that's something that video games do differently than a lot of other pieces of art, is that they're interactive. they require audience input. And yeah. So that's difficult. It was difficult to plan out that sort of thing, right? Explain the first game in summary in the goals so that people have the essential in mind when you're talking about the second game. Oh, for sure. I mean just like if I was going to teach a class about a video game, any video game, how do you give the students the ability to experience the game before talking about it, right? Because, like...
Okay, this is actually relevant to the topic. I was listening to a Warhammer book and realized a beginning bit was perfectly embodying what happened in the rest of book. My first thought, Fun taught me to recognize that.
Aww. Hey Tyson, how you doing? This really ties into games accessibility and the sad state of preservation. For sure, yeah. It would be great if it was possible to just get video games into the hands of people for educational purposes. If they were like part of the Library of Congress or something like that. Or public domain. That would be a lot easier. Anyway. So that's a problem. One of the solutions to that, obviously, is you stand in front of the class and you tell them about the game, right? And you just present it as a lecture. This is the sort of thing you get from like a video essay or something like that, where you have a couple clips or screenshots or things like that. You present them as like a slideshow or visual aids, and you give a speech. You give a lecture. You tell people about your thoughts. I don't like that. I've never been good at lectures. I'm a much more comfortable extemporaneous speaker than somebody who plans out these sorts of things. My notes are very minimal. And I don't learn very well that way, necessarily. I think I do learn fairly well listening to that sort of thing. But when I'm teaching, I really prefer to do it Socratically, which involves interaction. So thank goodness that Twitch exists, because I can sit down and I can play a game with all of y'all, and we can discuss it back and forth with each other as we play. And I can sort of bring up ideas and thoughts that I have, and we can talk about yours too. That's what I enjoy. That's what I want to do with Bunalysis. That's how I enjoy putting these together. Sure, and we get to talk about Vor, which I wouldn't do with a class. I'm gonna be honest. Not a thing I would do in a college course. Feel comfortable doing that on stream. Not so much teaching. Would 100% of the game be extra credit? Possibly. Depends on the class structure, right? What games would you consider important enough to teach? I think I've been doing videos about them. I think the ones that I would consider important or worth talking about, or that I'm able to talk about, are the kind of things that we make Bunalysis videos about already. You know, the Silent Hills and the Metal Gears and that sort of stuff. Like, I think those are pretty important. There's a couple games that I would like to see analyses of, but that I don't think I'm equipped to do. Stuff like Disco Elysium. But yeah. Yeah. Would you be interested in a watch-along commentary for the Silent Hill movies? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Also known as Silent Hill 1 and Shred. SH Revelation 3D. You know, Shred. That's what the Silent Hill heads call it. All the real fans. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I like the end of Shred when, Pyramid Head is Heather Mason's stand, and she fights another stand user who has Voldo as her stand, and they have a big dumb fight about it. It's great. It's very JoJo. Shred is actually a better title for the movie. You spelled it wrong. The E should be a 3. It's a Silent Hill Revelation 3D. It makes it even better. IMO. What is the Citizen Kane of video games? Huh. In what sense? You know, Here's the thing. Okay. Y'all are talking about Citizen Kane in the sense of pioneering certain film techniques, of like being influential to the film industry, of like that sort of stuff, right? You're talking about in terms of like Orson Welles using the crane shot and things like that. Okay, yeah. I think Citizen Kane is slightly more important for a couple of things, like, for instance, its political commentary, its use of humor, alongside its, like, kind of melodramatic nature. It is a biting satire, which is a lot of fun to watch. I really like Citizen Kane. I think it's a very watchable movie, but I think you kind of have to watch it in the perspective of this is supposed to be kind of funny in that it's a teardown of one really specific person. You know what I mean? So like it does pioneer a lot of technological advances and like cinema techniques. But I think in order to be the Citizen Kane of video games, you also kind of have to be biting political commentary that stands the test of time and is also kind of humorous alongside its drama. And it also has to be kind of one of those movies where they gave the director probably too much control and too much budget. And I think it's Metal Gear Solid 2. I don't think I can choose anything except Metal Gear Solid 2. You know? Yeah. I could have picked something funny, like Heavy Rain, obviously, but... yeah. I don't know. Me, when something in the world happens. You know, Kojima predicted this in Metal Gear Solid 2. It's funny, but it's also true. But yeah, I don't know. Metal Gear Solid 2 is incredibly technologically advanced for its time. It pioneers a lot of like weird video game things that we see a lot more of afterwards. I don't know. Innovated a lot of the cinematic languages used for decades after, but it's extremely biting character study. Yeah. 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 I don't know. Now I know the context that Kojima was actually responding to the way Japanese people were using the internet concurrent with when it was made. Pretty much, yeah. Which was only exacerbated with time. Anyway. You know what I thought would be fun? Okay. Alright, last point. I've got a rough cut of the Silent Hill 2 Bunalysis video. Fun, what's your favorite old movie or movies? Gold Diggers of 1933. To Be or Not to Be from 1942. Cat People. What else? Have we watched Cat People? I don't think so. The Black Cat is also a really good one. That's Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi in the same movie. Together at last. I also want to watch the really horny 80s version. To be honest, the original's also pretty horny. It's wild. Is the Bunalysis 45 minutes of talking about it? I hope nobody understands Angela. Of Silent Hill 3? No. Okay. I've been watching a rough cut of the Silent Hill 3 Bunalysis. I've noticed a problem I have with my extemporaneous speaking, which is that I keep saying, here's the thing, or here's a thing, or couple of things, and I'm like, okay, I need to cut this out. Alright, I gotta find a new phrase, because I want to strangle myself. So yeah. Here's the thing in 1982. Here's the thing I find interesting. The Fantastic Four version. Aw, Finn. Heck. Which one? Probably the comic book. I think you introduced me to Cat People in a movie night banger film. Oh, I'm glad. That was a good one. Ooh, here's another one. What is it? The Devil is a Woman? It's 1939? 38? I don't remember the year. That one's great. Oh, the sets are amazing. Oh my god. You have a problem with Blue Sky? I'm starting all my comments with ooh. Yeah, yeah. Wasn't there a trashy lesbian novel with that name? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there was. It was,
I personally don't care for Ultimate the Thing, nor Fan for Stick the Thing. Fun fact, in Spider-Gwen, Ben Grimm and Frank Castle are buddy cops.
I'm sorry, 1935. Here we go. I think the trashy novel was, The Devil is a Lesbian? Was that the one? I don't remember. But, yeah. This movie, this one's great. Super good. Satan was a lesbian, that's the one. Okay. I know Strange Aeon's read one of those. I'm really happy for her transition. Yeah. Marlene Dietrich? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, I'll see if I can think of any other movies. What was that one? Was it like an H.G. Wells one? It was like the shape of things to come? Yeah, okay. H.G. Wells. The Shape of Things to Come. Okay, they made a movie out of it. In, I think, the 40s. There was a remake in the 70s. Let me see. Adaptations. Here we go. It doesn't say here. Oh, 1936. Things to Come. Oh, that's the one, yeah. It's kind of interminable. It's a bit of a mixed bag. I like it, but it feels kind of unfocused as a movie. But did enjoy it. I mean, Casablanca is a basic bitch answer, but also it is great. Casablanca is a classic for a reason, yeah. Same with like what, Double Indemnity, The Maltese Falcon, like anything. Oh my god. Like, yeah, they're basic, but like, you know, for a reason, they're great. Any movie with Nazis being shot is good by me. Vincent Price in The Bat is great. Ooh, I don't know if I've seen that one. I've seen Vincent Price in I Am Legend? What was it called? The Last Man on Earth? Is that right? Hey Nines, how's it going? You are legend? Heck. Omega Man? No. Okay, so there was a more recent film, which is like a post-apocalyptic. Oh yeah, The Last Man on Earth. That's the one. Okay, yeah. So, there's the book, and then there's 1964's The Last Man on Earth, which is Vincent Price living in a post-apocalypse where there's fucking vampires everywhere. Everybody else is vampires, right? And then that was remade as I Am Legend with, was it Will Smith playing Vincent Price's character? Which was also pretty okay. It was alright. The Vincent Price version is a little bit closer to the book, where the vampires eventually get fucking sick of this guy murdering them, and they arrest him and put him on trial. And they're like, hey, what an asshole! It's great. They're both remakes of Omega Man. Interesting. Oh. Fascinating. For vampire crimes, of course. Yeah. I'm scared to start talking about Alan Wake. I just don't know if I'm going to do a good job of it, that's all. What do you think about games and movies that play the we watch horror movies and know better than to do the tropey things they do there and end up doing it anyway? What's the subtext here? It sounds like you have a specific example in mind. Me? Is it me? Am I the subtext? Does that subtext? Boy, I hope they do. Just played Fort Solis. I'm not familiar. Oh, thank you, Paul. Wait, I'm never the subtext. I'm the Dom text. Heck. Anyway, okay. Alright. Let's talk about some Alan Wakes. There we go. Alright. A couple of things I want to point out before we start. I did it again. I did it again. Here's something I want to point out. I went to the setting and I've turned the horror flash visual and audio intensity down. This game's got some like really loud, kind of obnoxious jump scare bits in it. So I'm gonna turn those down for y'all. When you play this for yourself, which I recommend doing, you can decide whether or not you want to play with those. So, all good there. We're also going to be playing I'm just going to be playing a new game. There is a second playthrough called The Final Draft, which changes the ending slightly. There's some extra pages of the manuscript. A couple of cutscenes are changed. There's a few differences, but I'm gonna leave that for you to do if you wind up enjoying this, because I do recommend playing this game. It's actually pretty fun. What if I want to make the experience as obnoxious as possible? You may work for Bloober Team then. Perhaps you work for Bloober Team and you would like to play Observer. I felt like that Final Draft should have been a revisit a few years later. I don't know. It's fine for a New Game Plus. I know they didn't want to go too far outside the scope of the game and make like a whole DLC or whatever, but yeah. Oh no, Bryn. Ooh. Uber Team Alan Wake remaster when? It might happen. It won't happen. So, when I played the first Alan Wake, I more or less said that I really, really love that game. I think it's great. I think it's doing a lot of interesting things. I don't like playing it very much. It's not very fun. I don't think the gameplay is very good. There's a lot of downtime. I don't feel that is the case in Alan Wake 2. This is a game that I can actually recommend going out and playing, because it's freaking great. If you're looking for a game about a sad man returning to a town from his past, searching for his wife who may or may not be dead, who's having memory issues, and finds this town full of monsters made of his own, like, inner demons, I would highly recommend playing Alan Wake 2. This game's great. I highly recommend it. Sam Lake is like Kojima, but without the feet. And instead of that, he just loves coffee. So Alan Wake 2 is the newest Remedy game. Except for Firebreak. Never mind. So Alan Wake 2 is a new Remedy game in a long-running series. It was Max Payne, Max Payne 2, Alan Wake, Quantum Break, Control, and now we have Alan Wake 2. Sam Lake is back, he's co-writing, he's directing, and I think we're going to be stuck with this guy for a while, because as the old saying goes, nice finish guys last. Never mind. Yeah. Hey. No. Damn it. No. Alright, I deserved that. Sam Lake is a mad genius and he'll buy everything he makes sight unseen. I really like that Alan Wake 2 is much weirder than the first one. It's stranger. It's better to play. It's all around just a much better game. Probably the best Remedy game out there. My notes are very fun, betting it was just that joke. That's the only thing I've written down. That's the only thing I've got. Oh no, I'm out. The first one was so weird, nobody played it. Oh. I don't know if that's true. I remember when Alan Wake 1 came out in 2010, it was actually kind of a big deal because it was a brand new Xbox 360 exclusive. It was like, oh, we've got Halo 3, we've got Gears of War, we've got Crackdown. I'm out of stuff to play. Alan Wake comes out. I remember it being pretty big in that regard. And then not hearing much about it afterwards. Yeah, I imagine it was a pretty successful game. Just way too tired after Alan Wake 1. Understandable. Yeah. Alan Wake was the Silent Hill killer? I think I think the first Alan Wake came out around the same time, maybe within a year, of Deadly Premonition. I may be incorrect on that, but I think Deadly Premonition was 09. Alan Wake was 10. Yeah. Alan Wake 1 is an exhausting game. This one, I think, much better paced. This is the kind of game that I can actually just recommend. It does a couple of things different, and it takes a couple new inspirations. When Alan Wake 1 came out, back in 2010, it was pretty heavily inspired by stuff like Stephen King novels. We could see inspirations from Twin Peaks, obviously. It had like a charming camp going on. And it felt a lot like it was about Sam Lake's own struggle writing. And about the creation of art and inspiration. Alan Wake 2 comes out 13 years later. Sam Lake has evolved as a writer. We have a lot of new people on the team. This is a much larger game made by more people, and coming from a new place, because this is after Twin Peaks: The Return. Which is going to be clearly one of the inspirations for this game, alongside a couple other shows, like True Detective, and I believe American Horror Story. Pardon me. But yeah, let me see. Back in 2010, Alan Wake, and his wife Alice travel to a small town called Bright Falls. Alan's a struggling writer who wrote for a show called Night Springs and then made it big doing a series of crime novels called the Alex Casey series. But now he's got writer's block. Heads to this small town in the middle of nowhere in Washington State, I believe, to stay in a cabin on Cauldron Lake. When his wife dives into the lake and goes missing, he dives in after her, is trapped at the bottom of the lake by a being called the Dark Presence who forces him to write, and then that writing becomes real. By writing a novel called Departure, Alan is able to temporarily escape from the lake, or write a character named Alan Wake who runs around throughout the course of the game. And at the end dives into the lake to defeat Barbara Jagger, whose body the Dark Presence is inhabiting, and to free Alice from the lake. This is a story which is called a Catabasis, which is Greek, and it's about somebody who goes to the underworld to save their loved one, usually. In the 13 intervening years, Alan has been writing a series of drafts of a novel called Return, which take the form of episodes of Night Springs in order to try and escape the lake. This is in,
Nice.
Thank you for 69 months. Nice. Thank you, Iris. Oh yeah, Jade, for sure. Fun is having too much fun to actually start, I know. In the intervening years, during Alan Wake's American Nightmare, he writes a series of episodes of Night Springs, titled Return, where he's trying to escape from the lake by making his writing become real. Here's a problem. Number 1. Departure and Return are 2 steps in Campbell's hero's journey. They are the first and the last quarter of the journey. However, you're missing half. Because it goes departure, initiation, and then return. You didn't have your initiation, can't get your return. Here's the other problem. You're writing episodes of Night Springs, which is a ripoff of Twilight Zone. Which means that anytime you write an ending that involves Alan escapes the lake, suddenly Alan wakes up and it was all a dream. Because you have to have an ironic twist at the end of every episode of Night Springs. Therefore, you can never escape the lake writing those. You can't do it, Alan. It doesn't fit the genre. Can't happen. Wouldn't, as a writer, Alan know about the hero's journey? Probably, yeah. I mean, yes, in Alan Wake 2, Alan will reference becoming the master of two worlds. And he titles his novels Departure, Initiation, Return, so it's... Yes, he... Yes, he does, clearly. That's why you read an action novel called American Nightmare. Yeah, that might work. I mean, people have gotten the upper hand on the Dark Presence before, and it wasn't by using writing, usually. Alex! Oh my goodness. Hello! Welcome in, Raiders. It's good to see you today. I got here before New Game was even hit. I know, I've been waffling for like an hour. I'm so sorry. Are you going to reference Control during this? Yes, absolutely.
Wow, look at this heck in Goober.
Yeah, look at it. Wait a minute, you mean me. Wait a minute, that means me. Alex, thank you for 30 months. Oh my goodness. Heck. You only have to make it the twist that he escapes instead. Dealing with the episodic nature is harder. Well, welcome on in. I'm gonna play Alan Wake 2 and provide a bit of analysis to it. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about Sam Lake's evolution as a writer and why Alan Wake 2 is less about creative auteurs and more about the collaborative creative process. And it's pretty good. I really love this game. I really like it. It's really good. Alright. I'm also going to play it on story because I don't feel like struggling through the combat.
Back to the beginning. We all come to a story with hopes and expectations, looking for an answer. Sometimes it would be better to live with that hope without ever knowing the full story. In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters. And the trick is not to end up as either. But trapped by the genre, we are all ripped to pieces along the way. This is not the story I hoped it would be. This is not the ending I wanted. This story will eat us alive. This story is a monster. And monsters wear many faces.
Oh dear. Alright. So... I like that at the beginning of this game... the fuck is on my screen? So this is... a strong start. It's a good opening monologue. It's a little bit similar to the first Alan Wake, where we have Alan talking about nightmares, horror stories.
Hello, Bun in chat.
Kudos, thank you for 8 months, my goodness. Yeah, we have here Mirror Peak, Cauldron Lake, a couple of locations from the first game. I hated the beginning of the Alan Wake, but this is solid. Yeah, we also get the resolution of a plot twist at the very end of the first Alan Wake. Similar to Metal Gear Solid 2, when you can see Vamp during the end cutscene. One of the characters you can see during the end of Alan Wake 1 is Agent Nightingale in one of the windows of the Oh Dear Diner during like the end cutscene of that game. And it was left as an open question, what the fuck happened to Nightingale after being grabbed by the Dark Presence? And this game starts out strong by answering that question. It's not revealed that this is Nightingale yet, but it will be.
We should go.
Where'd he go?
Wow, bun spoilers. There will be some spoilers. I will be spoiling some things from the first Alan Wake and from Control. Probably. Wait, I've got it. This is what really happened to Catherine in Twin Peaks. This is just one of her many clever, highly problematic disguises. Should I play Control? I'd recommend it. Yeah, it's great. Rower. Well, that's funny. That looked like Alan. Angie Alan. Control's one of the better games in the series in terms of gameplay. I agree, with the exception of the gun. I don't think the gun feels very good. Throwing things around with powers feels great. Actually shooting things feels not good. That's interesting. So that's what... Interesting. So that's what low intensity does? I might actually change that to normal. I think it's gonna do it again. We'll see. What would have otherwise happened? It seems like on low, the images stay on the screen for a lot longer. When will you be spoiling Quantum Break? Slightly, yes. There will be some minor spoilers for Quantum Break. Run! Zentry.
We can't leave Bun either.
Thank you for the bits. And for making this such a pain for Matt to edit. It's fine. It's my favorite part of Star Wars, when they have the added walkers. You know? Oh no. Awake.
Where's the rest of the stuff? I need to finish this. I'm coming. What the fuck?
Do you know how hard it is to cut through a rib cage? Like, really hard, though. Like, you'd think taking out a heart would be easier. But it's not. Bum bum bum! God, I love that. Oh!
Hey, kiddo. How are you?
I'm good, Mom. How are you?
This trip might take a little longer than I thought. I'm sorry I've been gone so much lately, Logan.
Oh my god, Mom, it's not your fault people get all murdery. What happened?
Just get a little murdery out here.
Work stuff.
Right. Well, Dad and I are just watching the latest episode of Night Springs here. Mom, it's so good.
No spoilers! I'll let you get back to the show.
The
You were
rib
supposed
cage
to
is a
wait and
bony
watch
structure,
with me.
the purpose of which is to protect the heart. So it makes sense it isn't easy to cut through.
I mean, yeah. There are, Yin will tell you about this. She has told me about it multiple times, but, there were discussions going on between, historians who were arguing about how the heart was removed in Aztec rituals. Like, there are detailed discussions of people talking about, like, okay, what would be the most economic way to do this? You know? Because it's not easy. It's not easy to do. And if you're doing it as like a formalized thing, you'd probably come up with, you know, an efficient way to do this. Up through the belly is easiest. That's possible, but, you know, if you're doing it on somebody that's alive, they're probably not going to stay still for that. Plus, how do you get it detached from all the other parts, right? I don't think efficiency was what the Aztecs were looking for. I beg to differ. Both the Aztecs and the Mayans were very into maths, which involved also like keeping records and spreadsheets. Efficiency was absolutely a factor. Oh yeah. They were probably big. They would have been big on stonks if that was a thing. Yeah, probably. But yeah, the Aztecs, like many other ancient peoples, were big into efficiency. Absolutely. But yeah, the theater is a little bit of the point, but it's also like, you know, what is the best way to do this reliably? And it turns out that's difficult. Yeah.
I love you both.
This is what happens when you go on work trips, Mom. Love you too. And say hi to Casey. Tell him to stop brooding so much.
Logan? I will. Bye, kiddo. Logan thinks you should try cheering up.
Snarky kid. Wonder where she gets that from.
Sipping the coffee in sync.
It can't be a coincidence that another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Feels like the killer's leaving us a message.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley. You should take lead. Think of me as the backup.
Okay. Any words of advice?
Nothing that would cheer anyone up.
Okay, I need to point it out, because, yep, that's James McCaffrey's voice, the voice of Max Payne, being acted by, using the facial structure of Sam Lake, the face of Max Payne, and the director of this game, playing Alex Casey. I talked a lot in Alan Wake 1 about how Alan Wake is a little bit of a stand-in for Sam Lake to explore aspects of his own writing process. And Alan Wake is famous for writing crime novels about the detective Alex Casey, whereas Sam Lake got famous writing crime drama video games about Max Payne. The similarities are intentional.
Here we are. Cauldron Lake.
Time to get to work. A deputy was supposed to be here to show us to the crime scene. There's the car, so where's the deputy?
Eaten by a bear? I'll check out that map.
Boom. That car looks real, but the people do not. It weirds me out. I think the people look real enough.
Before we get swallowed up
For a
by
video
the
game.
trees.
I
should
do
take a
like
look at that map.
how the FBI car looks like it's from, what, 2005? 2006? But the local sheriff's car is 1980s Chevy. This an old Caprice? Is that what that is? I know they used to use them for that. You know why this car doesn't have a gas cap on the side? It's behind the license plate. You flip the license plate down, there's a little gas cap there. Love a Caprice. Makes sense for a small town police department? Not in America, it doesn't. Even in the small towns, like, our police budgets are insane.
You're the one who wanted to switch
I think I hear someone.
I'm not walking all the way back
Could
down.
be our deputy.
I can go take a look.
Wait. Hey, over here.
By the banyan trees. Hey, over here.
Hey there. Agent Casey, right? Sheriff Breaker said you'd be coming by to take over the case.
You're half right. Anderson?
Saga Anderson. I'll be leading this case. Seems you already know my partner, Alex Casey.
Shoot. Sorry about that, ma'am. I'm Deputy Mulligan. I just figured that, that,
Those damn feds gonna show up, Mulligan.
Federal agent's right here, Thornton. My partner, Thornton, down at the crime scene. He's not what you call the sharpest axe in the shed.
Right here? What do you mean? Are they with you? Oh, shit! They didn't hear me, did they?
Were there any witnesses?
Yeah, a couple out-of-towners. I wonder what they were doing sneaking around the woods at night.
Mention the city folk. It's pretty suspicious.
Not that we have anything against city folk, right, Thornton? But don't worry. Sheriff Breaker took them back to town a while ago.
What can you tell us about the crime scene?
Tell them about the heart.
I was getting to that.
The heart. Get to the heart of the matter.
Well, we reckon there are some organs that are currently outside the victim's person when they should be, well, inside.
Very professional. Thank you.
I want to see the body. How do we get there?
Oh, sure, that's real simple. Just through the hole in the fence, down the hill towards the lake, around the old convenience store. You can't miss it. Everything's been closed since the area was fenced off. The store, the campground, all of it.
Hey, Mulligan, tell them I'm here, waiting. I'll show them around.
They got it, Thornton.
His entrails became X-trails. Now that I've seen Twin Peaks, I'm really starting to see the similarities in character types in Alan Wake and Control. Yes.
Fucking out-of-towners. We can handle this ourselves if they just stay the hell out of it. All of them.
Shut up, Thornton. They can still hear you.
I'm just saying. You know I'm usually a calm person. Yoga 3 times a week. But these goddamn city folk always think they know everything. It gets on my fucking nerves.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
For fuck's sake.
Also, yes, the location closed to the public by order of the Federal Bureau of Control. Cute little reference to Control there. Probably won't
Before
be
we
the
get to the crime scene, there's time to review the facts of the case so far. Make sure I'm seeing the clues clearly.
Casey, what you doing? So, both of these characters... We've got names for both of our characters so far. Alex Casey, Saga Anderson. To somebody who's played Alan Wake 1, these should both be familiar. Alex Casey is absolutely the name of the detective from Alan Wake's crime novels. So we should be asking, what is he doing in the real world? That's a fictional character, right? The other thing we should be asking is, Saga's last name is Anderson? We know a couple of Andersons from Alan Wake 1. Specifically, Tor and Odin. They're all fictional characters, Bun? Well, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Max Payne and Alex Casey both use Sam Lake's face. Correct. Here's something that I find interesting is that Saga is a story, right? A saga, especially like the Norse version of the sagas, are, tales of heroism, of names, of families, of, exploits and adventures and things like that. However, Saga is also a character in mythology. I believe Saga is one of Frigg's handmaidens, and who is a weaver of tales, is a teller of stories, is a collector of, great myths, that sort of thing.
I need to think through the facts of the case. The Mind Place. My version of the Mind Palace technique. To sift through clues and work the case. Building the Mind Place again for each case. Using each field office as a model in my head. The facts are on the board.
Alright, so we got a Mind Palace. Like a Mind Palace, but less so. Generic. Just a Mind Place. A Mind Palace with the serial numbers filed off.
My version of the Mind Palace technique is called the Brainorama, and you can roller skate around in it.
That sounds awesome. That sounds great. I think that the use of antlers in this story is a little bit of a reference to True Detective. Probably also Hannibal, which I believe also has a Mind Palace in it. The Brain Hole. That said, the Mind Palace goes back to I believe Arthur Conan Doyle's version of Sherlock. I think that's one of the progenitors of that. Yeah, but is also a real life memory technique. My brain place is called the Thinkacy. The Memoracy. Sure. So what we have on the board here is previous murders. Victims reported missing in 2010. No other commonalities. Ted Lane, Wendy Davis, Percy Wolf. Now, I don't know if we've heard of any of these characters in the game yet, but we will. Store owner, bruising, heart removed, strange tattoos. Teacher, body bloated, large chest wound. Dentist, stab wounds, bloating, bruising on the wrists. Discovered 2012, buried in a shallow grave. So Wendy Davis is a character that will be mentioned in this game later. State of the body does not match 8 years spent in a lake. Found 2 weeks ago. Tattooing illegible. Murder method includes bruising on wrists and legs, a deep gash in the chest. All bodies experienced bloating. Are those dev pictures? I don't think so, but it's certainly possible. Murder targets have no discernible common traits. Chest trauma resembles animal butchery techniques. Mhm.
I see you're already hard at work, Anderson. Close to cracking it?
We're just getting started. Let's head down the hill to the crime scene. Hey, Casey. You putting me in charge. Why now?
Look, Anderson, you're a better detective than I am. You've cracked cases that had the rest of us baffled. I don't want to slow you down.
Are you thinking of retiring? You know what happens to cops who say this is their last case.
Mm-hmm. Real funny, Anderson.
Murder case, Casey. Cold Casey. I love that the Mind Palace doesn't
There's a
pause
route.
on. Correct.
You okay to jump down?
I'm not that old.
Yeah, you can get attacked while in the Mind Place. And it's not great. Hey, Mirror Peak. Like some kind of, like there's two of them, like a mirror or like a twin. So like a twin mountains or a twin something. It'll come to me. The mighty mountain in the distance is none other than Mirror Peak, the iconic landmark overlooking Cauldron Lake. From the right angle, its beauty will be reflected on the calm surface of the lake, mirrored in all its inverted glory.
Using your mind palace only pauses time if you're autistic.
Aww. Some kind of doppel summit. Same peak? Same peak.
Fucking nature. Gives me a headache.
You don't like the
Too much
trees?
sky.
So, when we played Alan Wake 1,
What happens when you throw a tart a bun? Twinkies.
okay, listen. Love how much of a grump Casey is. So, when we played Alan Wake 1, I mentioned that Nightingale is kind of interesting. Because he's kind of an inverse of Agent Cooper from Twin Peaks. Like, he arrives in town, he hates the trees, he hates coffee, he's just a complete inversion of the Agent Cooper type of FBI agent, right? Alex Casey's a little bit different, because he seems to like his coffee, but he hates these fucking trees. And I think that what they're going for here is less of an inversion of Cooper and more similar to Albert, Cooper's FBI forensics detective from Twin Peaks. Kind of a no-nonsense, I much prefer the city where everybody is an asshole to everybody else kind of a character. I like it. It's great. Albert's one of my favorite characters in Twin Peaks. I fucking love him.
Not a bad place to get murdered.
If getting back to nature is your thing.
Sooner or later, we all get back to nature, Alex.
Damn. Should have brought an umbrella.
I like the rain. The only thing around here that feels like home.
You think the local law had the sense to put up a tarp?
If they did, next coffee's on me.
See what I mean? Alex Casey was a noir protagonist, too. In the books? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Still not getting it. Try explaining it one more time.
How much clearer can I make it, Mulligan?
Deputy Thornton, I take it.
That's me, at your service, ready to get this case solved. Now the body's behind the store. Come on, I'll show you. So, FBI, huh? That's so cool. Hunting down psycho serial killers and shootouts with the mob?
You forgot the UFO cover-ups.
What? Those are real? You guys hiring?
He's joking.
Let's just
You ever
see
fly
this
through the air while
body,
shooting two guns
shall
at the
we?
same time? Have you ever shot up a gun up in the air and gone, ah?
Now this is the scene of the crime. We found him on the table. Now he didn't touch nothing, you know, procedures and stuff.
Thanks, Deputy.
No tarp. You owe me a coffee.
Okay, let's start by examining our guest of honor. Does this fit the MO of the previous murders?
Thornton is not going to survive this, I feel. I
Step
think they're
one,
almost going
examine the
with
corpse.
a character kind of similar to Andy from Twin Peaks, except they're definitely not. They wind up subverting that, but I think they want you to think that.
Body is positioned on the table. Ritualistic.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy. Rizless Andy. Right. Gotta do the thing. Alright.
Another body turns up just as we arrive in town. Coincidence?
Hell of a ritual, right? In Alan Wake 1, I did a lot of talking about how much writing and art were important to the ongoing like themes and narrative. In this game, I'm going to use the word ritual a lot. We're going to talk about rituals quite a bit. They're very important for this game. They're going to come up more than once.
The killer left the heart right next to the body. Bruising on the wrist from the cargo straps holding him down.
I wonder what Saga looks like when she's mind placing. She tilts her chin back, looks straight up at the sky, and then rolls her eyes back until you just see the whites.
Incised stab wound. Chest cut open. Heart removed.
Okay, major chest trauma. Victim restrained. Heart cut out. That's consistent with the previous
Heart
murders.
removed from chest. Strapped by the wrists. Definitely matches the previous murders. But this time the heart and the straps were left behind. More clues to work with. This makes 4 murders that we know about.
Puts her fingers up to her temples and hums really loudly. Maybe, hang on a sec. Let me see. Maybe, how do I... Oh, where is it? There we go. Okay, maybe she's doing, maybe she's doing one of these. She's doing a Sherlock Mind Palace. No! Heckin'! I know. We don't talk about...
Who is our victim? Who killed him?
We don't talk about
Need to
Sherlock.
find more clues. Someone left in a hurry. Knocked the tripod over. Was it for a camera?
It was
Someone
this...
was drinking beer. They spent time here, waiting.
What kind of beer? A beer? That's great for drinking in the sauna. You can use the can to hide your peep belly. You can drink it on the boat and get blackout drunk during midsummer.
Any idea who the victim is?
Oh, I sure do. His name is Nightingale. He was FBI. He came to town about 13 years ago. I haven't heard a word about him since. Well, until now.
Nightingale? Robert Nightingale?
Oh, yes. You probably knew him. Brothers in arms. Oh, and sisters.
So you knew our victim?
Well, I didn't recognize him in his current state. But yeah, I ran into him a few times at Quantico. Never worked any cases together. After his partner got killed in the field, he went off the deep end. Got the boot pretty quick after that.
So he's been missing since 2010.
Nightingale went missing 13 years ago. 2010.
The same as all the other victims.
Certainly fits the pattern. Makes me wonder what was going on that year.
Probably something this town wants to forget.
So what happened to Nightingale after the Bureau let him go?
I only know the rumors. Depression led to booze, booze led to paranoia. He got some wild ideas in his head, chased ghosts until he fell off the map. Guess he ended up here.
I bet there's more
Had
to
a
that
wild
story.
time at Deerfest.
But no happy ending.
Got on top of one of the deer floats.
Large amount of blood on the table. The victim died here.
Alan Wake's initial release date, May 14, 2010? Yeah, it takes place when it was released.
The paranoia was really what got him. I hear he was putting away a 12-pack of paranoia every night.
Oh, yeah. This game also takes place when it was released in 2023. It's very similar to Lomst in that way.
Multiple people were here. Multiple killers? I think that's everything. For now, at least.
Mm-hmm. Anything clicking yet?
Not sure. Need to think about it.
So it's in the Like a Dragon connected universe. I was thinking Loms, which was released, which premiered and takes place in September of 2004. Killers, plural.
Trying. Boot prints indicating multiple killers. Quite the party. Robert Nightingale, ex-FBI, came to Bright Falls 13 years ago.
What does the X stand for? Extreme Federal Bureau of Investigation.
They planned for the murder to happen here, passing the time with equipment ready. They were waiting for him. But why Nightingale? He's been missing for 13 years. Why here? Why now? Profiling. Get into the subject's head. See what they saw. Feel what they felt. Use whatever I know about them to guide my intuition to a revelation. Piece it together.
Mm-hmm. So, we have seen... I'm sure you have seen depictions of what FBI profiling looks like. It is a common trope in fiction. And let me tell you, it's primarily bullshit. So much bullshit. Exactly like this? Oh, exactly like this, yeah. So, I was almost going to say it again, but then I stopped myself. In my heart, it's real. I'm gonna make up a guy who did the murder. Yeah, I'm gonna make up a guy to get mad at for doing the murder. So very, very often in our media, we watch depictions of FBI profiling that are unrealistic. Totally bullshit. It's mostly bullshit IRL as well, yes. And the way it's depicted is almost always as this, like, preternatural ability to come up with a personality and inner thought process of the person who did the murder, right? And this is usually just either plot awareness or psychic powers. It's you get into their head and you can hear their thoughts kind of bullshit, right? In this game, I don't mind it. They portray the profiling in this game as getting inside of the head of these characters and being able to, like, hear some of their internal thoughts, like it's some kind of profiling. However, when they give us an explanation for this, it's so good. Because you're not expecting one. Because this is kind of how profiling is portrayed in media most of the time. And this game goes, no. This isn't normal. This isn't actually profiling. There will be an explanation. And it's great. I love it. But yeah, for now, I think most of the audience just kind of buys into the idea of this being the game mechanic, because why wouldn't it be, you know? We've seen the way that FBI profiling is portrayed in media, and usually it's, you know, not dissimilar to this.
Agent Nightingale has been MIA for 13 years. How did he end up here?
Up from the lake that's not a lake.
It's an ocean.
It's dark. He was there too. You are not allowed in the lake until he says otherwise.
Robert Nightingale came from the lake before his murder.
I just bought in, but when how the hell she's never met them at all here. Just kind of accepted it's a mechanic. Yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't. Because, like, it is a little bit unbelievable. It's worth laughing at, but, like, it is within the realm of acceptability for a video game.
Nightingale was chosen as the victim. Why?
Flick the switch. It goes click. Lights are off. But somebody's home. Somebody's home.
This wasn't some random act of violence. This was a ritual. And Nightingale a component.
A ritual?
They didn't see him as a person. More like a container for something.
Kind of like me. I'm not a person. I'm a container. I like the deer here. A container for what? I'm not telling. Yeah. Get out of my mind. Except I'm reading it like, get out of my mind, Liquid! For Metal Gear Solid 2. This Mind Palace is so cozy. You know? I enjoy how when Saga is sitting here, the back of her head is framed with the antlers. It's very Hannibal. I like how the backlighting makes it feel like a stage production. Yeah, like it's a monologue. It draws attention to the character so that they're speaking directly to the audience, right? When Saga's telling us her revelations, she's telling them to us, so that we understand what the story is, right? It's very fourth wall breaking. Yeah.
The lake is connected to Nightingale somehow. Casey, let's take a look down by the lake. Lead the way.
Sounds good. This way, right?
Right.
Well, okay. Well, I'll just wait here.
You do that. You mean the brain attic? Yeah, that's the one.
This one of your hunches, Anderson? Did something happen at the lake?
I think Nightingale came up from that direction. From the lake. Probably looking for shelter. Safety. They were waiting for him.
When you're ready, I'd love to hear what you put together so far.
Sure. It's...
I'm jumping the gun slightly. But I do want to get this thought out of my head before it disappears. Is when he says one of your hunches, they're conceptualizing. Saga probably conceptualizes her, like, profiling as being a hunch. Like, she's probably looking at her ability to do that and being like, oh yeah, it's my gut, it's a hunch, it's a detective intuition, that kind of thing. That's probably the conception she has of it. And it mirrors what we're going to see from Alan later on, when Alan is getting, instead of hunches, he's calling it inspiration for his story. But both of these are real physical, tangible things in the universe. They're not just hunches, they're not just inspirations, they're real physical things.
Not that complicated. Nightingale was out in the woods alone at night, possibly nude. The killers knew he was here,
Possible.
ambushed him, dragged him to the campgrounds, strapped him to the table, cut his heart out. But then they were interrupted by those witnesses, the Bookers. The job is unfinished.
That seems pretty complicated to me. What was this guy doing skinny dipping at this time of year?
Haven't figured that part out yet.
Mm-hmm. Lots of questions.
Lots of answers for us to find.
I didn't know trees got that big. Gives me the creeps.
You need to get out more. It is kind of creepy, though.
So, that's a big tree. This tree in specific is called the ladle in the video game. This game does a really good job of making the forest feel nice, doesn't it? Trees get so big. Issue is, we cut most of them down. Trees take hundreds of years to get, like, really, really big, and they do. But we cut them all down. There are sizes of trees that don't exist anymore. Especially in the Americas. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few old growth around. But I remember, like, Big Sur used to have a bunch, because they've got redwoods out there, and those are super tall on a good day, but, yeah. Unfortunately, they're very high-quality lumber, and, yeah.
It's alright, they're just waiting us out and they'll go back to growing as big as they like.
You know what? You might not be wrong. There we go. The witch's
A
ladle.
witch with no heart. A strange echo of our murder.
Not just our murder, but the previous game in the series. The Baba Yaga here with the hole in her chest is very similar to the Barbara Jagger from the end of Alan Wake 1, where Alan shoves the clicker into her heart, turns her on. I guess that's what you do with a switch. You know. Yeah. There is no mystery in Cauldron Lake being named after its cauldron shape. And yet there are many mysterious stories about the lake. It being a gloomy doorway to the underworld, or of a witch whose cauldron the lake really was. It's probably also called Cauldron Lake because it's a caldera. Like it's a volcanic lake. Those are usually really, really deep too. But, yeah. The legend tells when the affections of a local sheriff went unanswered, he accused the lady in question of having bewitched him. She was drowned, but her dropped ladle grew into a strange tree named Witch's Ladle.
Don't worry, when humanity goes, we are taking the trees with us. Giving tree my butt.
Yeah. I'm joining the logging industry on the side of the trees. The woman returned to avenge her wrongdoers. If she was not a witch before, she was one now. She killed the sheriff, drowning him in the lake, and then she took out his heart and locked it in a box. With the heart, she would summon him from the lake to exact revenge on her behalf. Or so the legend goes. Interesting. So she took the heart out of a sheriff, and then would summon him from the lake. That is quite similar to our current murder, isn't it? Life imitates art sometimes.
Hey, Casey. What's the far's favorite shape?
Please, Anderson.
I never put Baba Yaga and Barbara Jagger together. Yeah. They even, in Alan Wake 1, the cabin out on Cauldron Lake is called the Bird Leg Cabin. Like how Baba Yaga's house has chicken legs.
Just one case without the
A triangle.
I don't get it.
Yes, you do.
Hey, what's Triangle's pretty good. What's Yowie Karl Marx's favorite intersection of two lines? Acute angles. Yeah. I thought it was good. Heck. That's just normal Karl Marx. Sure. True. Grippers?
Tracks. Barefoot. Nightingales? They come out from under the boulder.
Makes no sense.
There's a piece of paper on the ground.
Sus.
A page full of text on one side. Not a printout. Written with a typewriter. Old school. Lines scratched out and edits added with a pen.
Like a manuscript.
What's that on the ground over there? Is that the script?
The killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us. The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale. And then there was the page they found. The first step down into terrifying depths.
Reading the words. These words felt like a message. Someone knew they were here. Someone playing a game with them. An invitation. How could they not accept, even if they knew it would end up hurting them?
Someone's been watching us.
Playing a sick game with us.
You were right. This is right up my alley. Nightingale came this way. Either he dropped this page, or the killers left it for us.
We are so back. Hey, there's something about the manuscript pages that I want to point out that I find interesting. One of which is the written text here is opening opportunities. The first page they had found, edited to, not the last. Reading the words, these words felt like a message. I want to point out how interesting I find the edits to these pages, and how much I want to know what was written originally. I do like the inclusion of the phrase leading them on, which is one that we will hear again later. That's some foreshadowing there. But also, that none of these manuscript pages with edits contain the name Saga Anderson. The name Saga is only present either in handwritten edits to the pages or pages that don't contain any edits at all. I cannot zoom in, unfortunately. This is the closest you can get to the pages. That's a big thing. It is. Yeah.
We found a page in the woods. A story about these events. What is Nightingale's role in this?
I carry his words close to my chest now. Inside, the awful truth. You must dig it out.
Something was put inside him.
Fucking Hemingway.
I must find out what.
You're saying Saga was a late edition. I'm saying that's heavily implied, yeah. This is also very Control. The previous director talks to you. It's shot the same like that on purpose. There's definitely uses of the same sort of overlays that Control did in this game, and it felt like Control was kind of trying it out, and they just liked it so much they kept it for this one. But it is similar to some of the scenes in Twin Peaks: The Return. They use some of the same kind of overlay shots. We'll see some more egregious examples of that later. Biggest complaint about this game, Nightingale just calls Alan Hemingway instead of using a different writer name every time like he did in Alan Wake 1. True, true. Nice job, Joyce.
You made it back. Good. I hope you didn't get stuck in any of those big puddles. Crazy flooding down there, huh? Just like I said.
Yeah, it's pretty wet out. I'll get you, Dan Brown!
I think he came from the lake. But his tracks make no sense.
Maybe the tree sprouted up after he came from the lake.
Found all I can here. Time to properly examine the body. See what I can find inside.
So, I'm not gonna say here's a thing. I'm not gonna say it's here's another thing. I'm not gonna say it. So, I think it's great that Alan Wake 2 starts out with you not playing as Alan Wake. I think that's great for a game titled Alan Wake to not have us get to be Alan Wake for a while. It's very Metal Gear Solid 2 of them, but it's also kind of Twin Peaks: The Return. Yeah, I hate being around Alan too. Yeah. Yeah, it starts with you not playing Alan Wake, and then switches to another character that's equally not Alan Wake. Which is something that Twin Peaks: The Return does, in that after Season 2 of Twin Peaks and Fire Walk With Me, everybody's like, where's Agent Cooper? Where's Agent Cooper? And then Twin Peaks: The Return goes for ages and ages, episodes and episodes, without having Cooper in it. Is Twin Peaks worth the watch? I'd say mostly. Yeah. It's a pretty good time. Yeah. I would watch all of Season 1, which I think is perfect. I think it's great. And I would watch as much of Season 2 as you feel like. Because boy, does it start dragging. And I really liked The Return, I think.
Casey, I think something's been put inside Nightingale's body. Let's tell the deputies to get the body to the town morgue.
Okay.
The Lost Defender won't advocate watching Twin Peaks, even for the context and for pop culture. I think Twin Peaks is a fun watch, but I won't go as hard on it as I will for Lost, because I think Lost is a more enjoyable watch. I think Lost is much more fun, both to watch and to think about afterwards, in my opinion. watch, think about, make fun of. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah. The thing about Twin Peaks is that when I'm watching Twin Peaks, even stuff like The Return, they give you a bunch of what seem like mysteries, kind of like a Who Killed Laura Palmer is kind of a mystery setup, right? But the show's not really about that, and it doesn't particularly care about it. And the show itself is very vibes based, so it's kind of the way that I watched Twin Peaks was kind of, I just sat back and let it wash over me. Like, I was kind of just on board for whatever's going on. Whereas when I'm watching Lost, I was thinking, what the fuck is going to happen next? Okay, we need to put together all of the things I learned from this episode and this episode and this episode, and then we need to predict this thing. And I don't know, it engages my particular type of brain a lot more than watching Twin Peaks, where I'm like, yeah, anything can happen. Pepe Bnunvia. Yeah. It does rustle my jimmies. It really does. Yeah. My particular jimmies are rustled by it. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's why Lost sticks with me a little bit more, because there are mysteries in there that aren't fully solved, where the answers are just kind of hinted at, and I enjoy thinking about those. Whereas with Twin Peaks, the answers that I didn't get, I don't know if I care about the answers as much, because I feel like they're in there not to be solved, but to produce a specific feeling in the audience, you know? And they're effective at that. But, yeah. I don't know. That's my opinion, at least. What is The Return supposed to be a riff on? Like, the original Twin Peaks was Frost and Lynch make a soap opera. I never got what they were trying to go for in The Return. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have an answer for you. But yeah.
I'm gonna go check something out. Be right back.
Got it.
Are The Return's a riff on nostalgia reboots? It's possible, I suppose. Boilerplate Jack, thank you so much for the raid! Oh my goodness! Hi Raiders, how are y'all doing tonight? Heckin' good to see ya! What were you up to? Spend a lot of time not giving the audience what they think they want. Yeah, true. Very, very true. Yeah. Hope you're well. I am doing pretty well. How about you? What were you streaming? The nice thing about how Lynch approached his work is that, like, there'll never be a sense of what a shame that he's gone and we can't ask him, because he wouldn't have told you in life either. It's so true. He was streaming BioShock? Oh, the first one? Nice. Ooh. Yeah, the very first one, but remastered. Cool. Well, I hope you're having fun with it. Gameplay-wise, that game is great. I love its aesthetics. It's a pretty good one. We're playing some Alan Wake 2, which I think is awesome. And doing a Bunalysis, so we're talking about its themes, its metaphors, kind of what it's doing. Yeah. All the underwater settings? Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Hello, this is Agent Anderson and Agent Casey, FBI. We'd like to come in and ask a few questions pertaining to an investigation.
The station heads are not currently available. Access is restricted without their permission.
Nice talking to you, too.
Cool. Cool. I think they may have added that in a patch, because I think in the original, nobody answered that buzzer, but that is cute. Are you excited for Silent Hill Forte? Eh. I think it looks okay.
Did you get lost, Anderson?
Deputy, I want the body taken back to town for a proper examination ASAP.
Well, sure, but the coroner won't be back in town for another week after Deerfest.
Not a problem. I'll do it myself.
Oh, and Sheriff Breaker called to say he's got the Bookers at the Oh Dear Diner in town. Oh, and I've got a key to the gate. It's a shortcut back to the parking lot just up the hill.
Thank you. He did say lost.
Thanks.
I'm hoping it'll live
Let's
the
get the
hype being
car.
Silent
Drive
Hills
to
for
Bryce
so
Falls
long.
and talk to these witnesses.
It won't. It will not. There has not been a Silent Hill game since 2004? Yeah, I think it's certainly possible that Silent Hill Forte will be a good game, but I hold no expectations on it being a Silent Hill. The best it can be is a pretty good game on its own. Yeah. But yeah, I don't trust Konami, so I don't.
The Bookers.
I don't know
The
if
diner,
it's
right? I could use a cup of coffee.
Let's try that shortcut the deputy mentioned.
Sounds good.
If that's possible. But hey, if you are looking for a successor to Silent Hill 2, if you enjoyed Silent Hill 2, a game about a guy who is trapped in a town from his past that was a special place with his wife, who may or may not be alive or dead, filled with manifestations of his own doubts, insecurities, and guilt, and who has memory issues, I think you should play Alan Wake 2. It does all that and it's great. It's really good. And how can you say that there were no good Silent Hill games? Have you already forgotten about Barry Man? I do like Barry Man. Yeah. Look, the Alan Wake games, I haven't tried them yet, but they look interesting. They really are. First one's a little dull
Seems
to
like
play.
a nice town so far. Murders aside. Pretty woods. Cute lodge we got set up in. We should go for a hike if we get a chance.
Now you're just being mean, Anderson.
Deputies aren't exactly up to the task, but hopefully the sheriff will be more helpful.
Not a surprise about the deputies. Doubt they see much stuff this gruesome.
Small town like this? faith in the game, or at least the writing. I could see that. Like I said, I think it's probably going to be a good game. I don't know if it's going to be a good
I'll be
Silent
back in a
Hill.
second.
Roger.
I would doubt that, but I think it's probably going to be a good game. Do not touch the station's property of the FBC. Fuck are they monitoring? Sus.
Can't fit the clues all together yet. Heart removed, tripod, tracks leading to a dead end.
A tripod? For a camera? To record a snuff film?
Maybe. And why take out his heart just to throw it away?
To stuff in something for us to find.
Parapsychological waves inducing meta-narrative Hume waves of esoteric narration. Nothing to see here. Nothing to scream here. Move along. Remember Mulligan and Thornton doing stuff in Alan Wake 1? Were they in the police chase, maybe? Oh, that's possible. Huh. I mean, obviously I remember Sarah Breaker, the sheriff from the first game. I don't remember any of the other cops, though. Huh.
Here we are. Let's drive back to town and meet the sheriff at the diner.
I don't think you actually meet them, but they're on the radio a few times. Oh, during, like, the helicopter scene? Huh. That makes sense. Hang on a second, let me think. That makes a lot of sense. Because... This is jumping ahead a little bit again. All of the boss fights in this game that Saga has are against characters from Alan Wake 1.
I can't get that manuscript page out of my head. I've never seen killers reach out so directly before.
Damn impressive work so far. With your technique, these hunches were moving fast.
I wasn't sure about taking a case so far from home, but I'm thrilled to be here for this mystery.
Which would you recommend more, Control or Alan Wake 2? If you've played Alan Wake 1, I recommend Alan Wake 2. If you haven't, probably Control.
Need to swing by the lodge to get anything from the field office?
I'm all set.
I'll park there anyway. I want to walk to the diner, get a feel for the town.
Saga, a guy just got ritualistically sacrificed? Yo, Deerfest is coming up? Let's go?
The diner's just up the waterfront. Shouldn't keep the sheriff and our witnesses waiting.
I smell coffee.
It's those guys dressed as thermoses. The more Remedy stuff you've played before Alan Wake 2 pays off. I agree, yeah.
Hi there. Just how much coffee have you had today, Charlie?
Don't know, don't care. How much have you had? Not enough. That's how much. Never enough coffee. Oh, that rich, bittersweet nectar. Get it in Coffee World. Get it where you can. Get it now.
Jesus, Charlie.
This guy's overly percolated. Oh no. Charlie is literally me for real, for real.
Oh dear. Cute.
There was a fish in the percolator.
The FBI. Welcome to Bright Falls. It's nice to have you here. I got you both some coffee. Oh, it's Washington's finest.
Is that Sean Ashmore? Is that Sean Ashmore as Tim Breaker? Sheriff Tim Breaker? Sheriff Time Breaker? Sean Ashmore from Quantum Break? Sorry.
Nice to meet you, Sheriff. I'm set for coffee.
You know, I wouldn't say no to another.
I'm Agent Saga Anderson. This is Agent Alex Casey.
Tim Breaker. And let me just say, I'm happy you two are here. Frankly, we could use the help.
He does a great job in this. They couldn't have ashed more of him. It's pretty good, I like it.
Your deputies said you had a couple of witnesses here.
They made them sound like suspects.
Mulligan and Thornton are still on about that? No, the Bookers don't strike me as the murdering type, but you can decide for yourselves. They're just inside having coffee and pie to calm their nerves.
I'll see what they have to say.
He does look
Casey,
a little
you
like
compare
Charlie
notes
from
with the
Lost.
sheriff.
Take your time.
A little more beardy, but yeah.
We've looked through the case files you sent over, Sheriff.
I'm gonna
Have you had
eavesdrop a
many
little
people besides the known victims go missing?
Sure. But it's slowed down ever since Cauldron Lake was fenced off.
Let me guess. Missing person cases spiked around 2010. The fence was built just after.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Could use some coffee and pie. Yeen got us a espresso
You can go
machine.
ahead, Anderson. We'll be here.
So I have been making espresso. And good stuff.
Have some pie.
Oh
Don't take
god.
your mind off things. See you around.
The jukebox is out of order. Poor old thing can only take so much of the same song being played over and over and over. I'm as big a fan of Coconut as the next person, but come on!
Down, Ed. You know how touchy these rural kids can be.
You put the lime in the coconut.
Excuse me. I'm Agent Saga Anderson. Are you the Bookers?
That's us. I'm Tammy, and he's Ed.
Hello, officer.
Just Saga is fine, Ed.
So, are we being charged with anything? Because if not, we'd love to get back to our hotel and decompress after what we saw. Take a bath, scream into pillows, that kind of thing.
We're not charging you. I just have a few questions.
Oh, I see. Now that it's in HD, it's literally the Double R Diner. It looks almost exactly like the Double R Diner. Yeah. Saying perfectly legal at the end makes you sound extra innocent. It's like at the beginning of a fan fiction when you say no copyright infringement intended. So people know that you know.
So what did you see in the woods?
This naked dude came out of the lake, and he was acting crazy, shouting weird shit at us. He must have been on something.
Unless skinny dipping at dawn is a thing around here.
He
Then
called
we
me
heard
Shakespeare
shooting.
for some reason.
We ran into these psychos in deer masks. They were tearing into the naked guy with knives, like some kind of satanic cult. And then we bolted and called the cops.
Yes, that is cherry pie, by the way. Yeah. That's just Deerfest, Ed. That's what it's like. They do that on the float. They're rehearsing. You know, rehearsal.
What makes you say it was a cult?
The masks and knives aren't enough.
They were shouting, "Cult of the tree! The cult of the tree! Cult of the tree!" Oh, and then we found out. The whole thing was terrifying. That's all.
Book, like a book. It's the thing you read. Zach, are you getting all this?
The cult of the tree.
It does seem pretty culty.
What are the Bookers telling me?
I found their necklace. The symbol is 2 triangles.
The cult wants their spruce tree back, Tammy.
Finders keepers, Ed. My publisher will want this on the cover.
Tammy found something. A necklace belonging to one of the cultists.
Plus, when they pulled up to the lake, they were like, hey, is this where the cult is? And they were like, we're not a cult! Yep, this is them.
The Bookers were at Cauldron Lake. Why?
The fence was built to hide what's there. They say the rider fell in the lake.
I'm the one who drugged Alan Wake in the last game.
And what horrible thing happened to my baby girl?
She drowned. Your daughter. That's so weird. You don't remember.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Oh, I know what this is. You're blocking out your traumatic memories. Happens on TV all the time.
No. You're mistaking me for someone else.
If you say so.
Strange. That's a very weird thing to happen. So, Rose is a fantastic character, I think. She is pretty obviously, from the first game into this one, based off the fan from Stephen King's Misery. With all that implies. It's great. I love her.
Hello.
She's slightly sinister, though.
All set? My guys have Nightingale at the morgue if you're ready to go take a look.
Let's go. Well, Casey, I got a lead. Looks like we're dealing with a cult. The cult of the tree.
A murder cult. Fuck.
Have you heard of this cult of the tree, Sheriff?
Only the urban legend. If you're in the woods at night, the cult will get you. That sort of thing.
We're not gonna find out you're the Grand Wizard or something, are we?
I played some D&D back in the day. Wizard was always my favorite class.
Morning, Sheriff. Looks like you have some guests.
Ah, morning, Ted. Yeah, real important guests. Deerfest. Always draws a crowd, right?
Too true. More the merrier. Have a good one, Sheriff.
Hey, what do you know about...
Had to step away for a bit. Is Casey Sam Lake? It's Sam Lake's face with Max Payne's voice actor. Yeah. So Sheriff Tim Breaker here is I alluded to it earlier, but I didn't point it out specifically. Is played by Shawn Ashmore, who also plays the protagonist in Quantum Break. That's why I was pointing out that Tim Breaker is similar to Time Breaker, Quantum Break. Is it a time travel story? You get it.
About that waitress from the diner.
Rose? Yeah, she's a bit of a space case. Always has been. Why? What'd she do now?
She kept saying that my daughter drowned. She even knew my name. It was all very weird.
Rose has a talent for saying the weirdest thing possible. But it's best not to take it personally.
Alright, Quantum Break, is that on PS3 or 4? It's Microsoft Microsoft owns the IP, so it's on computer and Xbox 360. Quantum Breaker. Sure. For some wild reason, I was confused earlier and mixed up Quantum Break with Quantum Leap. That makes sense. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, a little bit off topic, but back when Telltale Games were doing their thing, right, and making like the Walking Dead stuff, they also did like that Back to the Future game, Wolf Among Us. Like, they were buying a bunch of different properties, and I'm so sad that they never did a Telltale style point and click Quantum Leap series, because you could have had every episode be like a different character, because you're like, quantum leap, you're leaped into a new character every episode, and then you have to find a way to get to the next episode by getting, it would be so good. Oh my god. They should have done that, because it would have been perfect for an episodic like story, and it also has puzzle elements because you're trying to figure out, how to leap, and oh my god, it would have been great. Such a shame they never did that.
Hey, boss. Corpse is downstairs ready to go.
Yep, in the morgue, all prepped.
I'd like to take a closer look as soon as possible. Lead the way, Sheriff.
Oh, this is the Bright Falls Sheriff Station. Anything you need, just let us know.
We appreciate the support, Sheriff.
Have a nice day.
I will, thanks.
So we share a morgue with the funeral home next door. It's a shoestring budget.
Every episode ends with the start of the next episode, and Sam Beckett saying, "Oh boy, oh my god." See, it would be perfect. Because, like, then you'd have to play the next episode. Oh my god. Ah.
I guess you guys don't have that problem, though. Our only coroner rotates between a few other towns, and he's away this week, but you can handle this, right?
I'm qualified to perform examinations. Yes.
Something about morgues. They always cheer me up.
I can't say I feel the
Go
same.
on.
He's joking.
What an Albert.
Okay. Let's take a look at our patient.
If they really wanted to
I'll
Twin
start with
Peaks
the
this,
external
they could have
inspection
this light
before
flicker
performing the internal examination.
the whole time. It would have been kind of
What
annoying,
was the
but
cause
they
of
could
death?
have.
What other clues can the body give me?
Now, I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
Aha. They did leave something inside his chest.
And I'm gonna guess what the cause of death is.
There's writing on here. Can't make it out.
Writing? How'd they manage that?
Permanent marker?
The body shows signs of being submerged in water post-mortem. It doesn't add up.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, because, he was strapped to the table? Why would they need to strap him down if he was already dead? Wouldn't have been submerged if he was on the table. Okay, so I'm practicing an exercise in fertility? Yeah, me too. I'm sure you probably meant futility. Trying to figure out where Bright Falls would be. I'm pretty certain it's somewhere on the Olympic Peninsula. That would make sense. It's in Washington State, right? Sorry, Bright. No. I'm not making fun of you. I just had to take the opportunity.
This looks like text. A tattoo?
Nightingale didn't strike me as a tattoo guy. Defensive wounds. He put up a fight.
I saw the door, I had to walk through it. I feel like there's something, how do I phrase this? There's something a little bit metaphorical about the idea that writing winds up on our heart and our skin. It sort of shapes the way we are. Because I think that that's kind of how art and narratives tend to work. There's something a little bit prescient about I guess something that here that's spiritually true, which is the idea of a person who is shaped both inside and out by the writing they consume.
Time to see what Nightingale's body can tell us.
Eat more vor the books. Smudged text. Ritual writing. Illegible words.
Text is smudged. Looks inverted. Heart can't have been marked before removal.
Like through a mirror. Or a reflection.
There's definitely something in his chest. Did the killers leave it there?
Hey, this is awfully similar to that scene in Twin Peaks when they pull the letter out from underneath Laura Palmer's fingernail. Okay, don't consume books that way, though. This guy was doing it wrong.
It's the same type of page we found at Cauldron Lake.
Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her. The Taken could not see into bright light. Light hurt them, made them vulnerable. Nightingale had no heart, but here he was, killing.
Someone's created a fucked up fantasy about us.
Hey, hold on. We found these kinds of pages. I didn't think they were relevant to this case.
Watch closely here.
I have them right here.
If you could. You're gonna see a face.
No, wait!
Kind of a blink and you miss it there.
Sheriff?
What the hell?
Show me the clicker.
No, it was not Obama. This guy from that Late Show where he interviews people, that's correct.
Could not see into bright light.
Thanks, Obama.
The page set to get into the light.
If Sandor, thank you for the follow, my fern whiskers. It would be kind of funny if Tim Breaker did just get disappeared by Obama, though. That would be pretty funny. Mr. Obama! I'll do anything, Mr. Obama, please! Anything? Then perish.
He can't see me in the light.
Oh, lordy.
My gun's out in the hall. Gotta get it back.
Making a run for it.
Wheeze Mr. Obama, _.
Vanished.
Oh, it's chapter 1. There is some great music in between these chapters. Like, really excellent stuff. Like, they got Poe out of retirement to make music for this game. And I have to skip it because it's probably copyrighted. Fuck. It's all great though. I love it. One of the best ones in here, is probably the one right before the chapter, before chapter 6 of Saga Story. The end of chapter 5. So good. But yeah. Unfortunately, if I let it play, I run the risk of getting muted. So, I don't know. Is there a streamer option? There is not in this game. No. I have to go use the washroom real quick and get myself a drink, but, I don't know. I'll come back and see, maybe I'll play this. Maybe I'll play the music, I'll see. Maybe it's fine, I don't know. Original content of the game is not DMCA targeted. It may or may not be. I have no idea.
Don't worry, he got a song, Uncle Obama, I like the size of your banana, can I give it to my monkey? It will be so very happy.
Sure. Sure. Alright, let me take a quick break. Grab some water, use the washer, and I'll be right back, okay? I'll see you in a minute. Hello. I'm returned. I am Alan Wake the Return. Hello. I did wash my hands, yes. Since I found I was right at home. This might be one of the better songs too. It's better not get me muted. So she's doing the Bunalysis, yeah. Yeah, in Alan Wake 1, one of the closing songs was made by Poe. Sister of the author of House of Leaves, and made as a companion piece for the book. Poe made some original songs, came out of retirement for like 25 years. Yeah, Haunted was made as a companion piece to House of Leaves, as far as I know, and uses some samples taken of their recordings made by their father. But yeah, then she went into retirement for like 25 years and then came out to make songs for Alan Wake 2, which I think is really cool. She got fucked over hard by her record label. By the time that was over, it had been 7 to 10 years, and she mostly retired and was doing charity stuff very occasionally. Makes sense, makes sense. I love how this song can refer to Saga and to Alan, but also a third character that you only understand if you finished the game. True. Person who'd better be a protagonist for Alan Wake 3. I agree. Yes. Yeah, one of the most important characters in this game, who's barely in it. We'll see.
He didn't have a heart, but he still got up.
You alright, Casey?
The page predicted all of it. It helped me fight him.
He just disappeared? What the hell is going on here?
We need to figure that out if we're gonna do anything about it. Somehow we need to make sense of this. There's no rational explanation to what we just saw.
I'd love to blame this on mass hallucination caused by inhaling volcanic gas, but we both know that's bullshit. This was supernatural.
Well, I'm glad you were the one to say it. Now we can figure out a way forward.
I'm glad they both buy into this very quickly, and they're like, okay, we are dealing with something supernatural. Moving on. Psycho Aaron's one of the most important characters in Womst, despite only being seen on screen once. Shall see the Remedy anniversary art? I saw the art book, yeah.
Work the problem PPL.
Exactly. Yeah. AW3 could be read as Altered World Event. Oh, totally could, yeah. Here's really good setup for you. In Alan Wake 1, Alan and Alice arrive in town. You do the section in the cabin. Alice goes missing. Alan wakes up after a car crash, starts finding pages of a book he doesn't remember writing that are predicting the future, right? We've got the same sort of situation going on here, but I really like that the first note that you find is not predictive necessarily. Like, there are predictions in it, like, it was the first note they found, it wouldn't be the last or whatever, right? But it's, like, vague enough to be written after the murder by somebody who was observing them, right? This note is beyond plausibility. The one about this dead body getting up and starting attacking people is so specific and so predictive that once it happens, there's really nowhere for these characters to go except to go, okay, these notes are going to predict the future. Like, that is a ridiculous statement to make. However, there is absolutely no denying that. They just give us a situation where these characters are forced to buy into the conceit of the plot, because of how, because of the situation itself. It's very good. I like it.
Right before things got crazy, Sheriff Breaker just vanished.
Maybe the sheriff knew more than he was letting on.
He seemed anxious, like he dreaded what was coming. One more mystery. The victim of a ritualistic murder turns into a monster. Is there a connection?
Looks to me like the cult of the tree is performing rituals to create monsters.
Maybe. We need to start with learning this cult's goal. Their purpose.
Not necessarily predicting the future in a prophetic sense.
There's one of the
just
pages
the
on
writer
the floor.
knows what's up. Yeah. Well, that the
pages
writer
are
knows what's
important.
going to happen.
Breaker dropped one before he disappeared.
They love confirmation bias. I mean, okay. So, what does the page actually say? The autopsy room was a mess, like a bomb had gone off. Nightingale hunted Saga. Didn't see her under the light. Marched past her. Light hurt them, hurt the darkness in them, made them vulnerable. I flick the switch, it goes click. Show me the clicker. Lights are off, but somebody's home. Get out of my house. Hemingway brought you here, witch. Nightingale shouted. A wave of terror crashed through Saga's head. The awful truth. Nightingale had no heart in his chest, but here he was, killing, a monster. The world had lurched out of balance. You found yourself trapped on the far side of the mirror. So, like, you read this, and then all of a sudden a dead body with a hole in its chest starts getting up and murdering people, you know? Like, it's specific. And yeah, literally says the things the page said. So, you you have to buy into this immediately. Here's another thing. Notice how many times the name Saga is contained on this page, and all of them are in handwritten notes. Which really makes me curious. Who was this supposed to happen to? when it says Nightingale hunted, crossed out, Saga, whose name was supposed to be in there? I like it. It's really good. The way in which it was redacted has some meaning in this world. Like, the way that it's scratched out. Uh-huh. Yeah? Nightingale hunted Macho Man Randy Savage. Oh, yeah. That's a really good question. I think, and this might be jumping ahead again a little bit. Is this one of those funny Bun knows he's gonna pretend he doesn't? I think I know. Shawn Ashmore is a good guess. Tim Breaker would be a fun character for this. But no, the initial page here says, the victim was one of their own, FBI special agent Robert Nightingale. Which means our protagonist, originally, is an FBI agent. And I think that it has to be Alex Casey. I think this is an Alex Casey novel. It's one of, it's another in a series of books that Alan has written. So, you know. Alan would kind of be reverting to the series that he's familiar with, you know, his old standby, exactly. Yeah. That hack is just editing an existing novel. Kind of, yeah. Like, not existing before he went into the lake. Like, this was written in the lake, obviously. But it has been edited away from being an Alex Casey novel and into being a Saga Anderson novel. And I think that's fascinating. I think that's kind of cool. I do think that's what's happening here. Because even, yeah, as you point out, in those opening scenes, Casey was going to take the lead on this case, and he says, Saga, why don't you take over? You know? How many people have these writings created whole cloth instead of just pulling into the story? I think the answer to that is none. Because we will hear some dialogue later on in this game, when a character who knows what's going on will say, it doesn't work that way, you can't make something out of nothing. So I think for the most part, it has to be at least based on something true. Which means there probably is a real Alex Casey. Our Alex Casey is probably a real person. But we'll get there. Yeah.
Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult. A
To
ritual.
be fair, Randy was being hunted because he wanted to, and I quote, snap into a Slim Jim.
Oh, snap into it! So Alan is a fanfic writer? Funny story. I believe that one of the DLCs for this game is actually a what-if scenario about what would happen if the Dark Presence got its hand on somebody's problematic self-insert real person / fic and started turning that real. So if you enjoy this game, I recommend playing the DLC for it. It's great. It's very good.
Saga would learn how. Stop the monster.
What if the Dark Presence got its hands on Bionicle? I don't think it would be able to understand it. Toa Nuva? Are those like the Toa Metro? Those are different? Those are different guys? The fuck is even happening? Oh, spoilers, bibbity. Dark Presence got its hands on Homestuck? Oh no. The poor Dark Presence.
A dead man.
I wouldn't
turned
wish
into
that
a
on my worst
monster.
enemies.
Light as a way to fight him.
Hey,
Pages predicting the future. There's no rational explanation. This is the case we must solve.
Where do you go, my lovely? I wanna know. Where do you go, go?
We're dealing with an organized group of killers, not a lone serial killer. The cult of the tree is behind these murders. This case just became much more complicated. I'll need to start a new file. But it's my first cult case. Exciting.
I suppose it is exciting. Saga was back at Cauldron Lake. He was there too, Nightingale was, but wasn't. A Taken. A creature of darkness. He was beyond her reach. Or some other strange reality, the dark place merged with ours. This place and the dark place, tarp thrown on top, drowning everything beneath it, a flood of darkness, soaking into everything, spoiling it, rotting it. The page called this area an overlap. Saga had to pursue Nightingale into the overlap. Finding a way in would be difficult, required precise steps, a ritual. Saga would learn how, stop the monster, her job, before he killed again. He'd be inside, waiting for her. So, another... I'm not gonna say it. You'll notice in these pages that every time they're mentioning an overlap or a way into the dark place from the real world, these are also handwritten. They're providing an opportunity, a doorway that Saga can use to get into where she needs to be in the story, right? Here, it seems like the page is just describing Nightingale in the woods. The dark place is merging with reality. Yeah, the aspect of the overlap and a way into it, a ritual that you could perform to get inside, is added later. Also, yeah, reading the sheet gives more info than the quick read we get when picking up the page, and you can listen to Alan narrate the whole thing.
He was there too.
Like the full version, if you want. I'm not gonna read all these pages we pick up, but at the beginning I think they were kind of interesting.
The page places Nightingale back at Cauldron Lake. Calls him a Taken. We need to head over there, stop him, before anyone else gets hurt.
Okay.
One more thing. Jackie?
We heard gunshots. Y'all okay? Did you get spooked by the bodies?
Sheriff Breaker disappeared. Nightingale turned into some sort of a monster, and there are offices down. You two handle things here. We need to get back to Cauldron Lake immediately.
Fuck me. That's terrible.
Oh.
We'll do what we can, man.
That's plumb awful. That's a right shame, that is.
But that's crazy, right, Thornton? Nightingale's heart was missing. How could he do anything? He's dead.
Well, yeah, right. Well, that's all crazy talk. Monsters aren't real, and what do you mean the sheriff disappeared? Like poof? He's gone like magic? Magic's not real. Magic's not real. Right, Mulligan?
No, Thornton. Monsters aren't real. Magic's definitely
magic's not real, right? Amazing.
They're a fine pair.
Do you believe in magic? In a dead cop's heart?
Oh dear, I am a tourist, and it appears that I'm lost in the woods. You've only had a tour guide, also. It's bear season.
Also, it's bear season.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Bear.
Oh, bear. Ah!
46 months, that's like a whole year.
That's like a whole year. Cowgirl, thank you so much for 46 months. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Maybe that's what was so weird about the case. They were like, somebody cut open this FBI agent's chest, and there was a heart in there. That ain't right.
No. Did somebody call for a tour guide? Oh wow. Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours. Unforgettable tour experiences at affordable prices. That's right. I'm Ilmo Koskela, voted best coffee roaster / tour guide by Coffee World magazine.
Coffee
And
roaster
I'm here
/ tour guide.
to give you a tour of a lifetime. But Ilmo, I've heard the government has seized and restricted access to many local nature attractions. That is true, Janko. Many local attractions have recently become fenced off by the government. And that's why, at Koskela Brothers Adventure Tours, we say,
Fuck the government!
We have bolt cutters.
Yeah!
You think of everything, and we'll take you anywhere. Hiking through the scenic Elderwood National Park. Fishing in the crystal clear waters of Bright Falls Dam. Bird watching at majestic Mirror Peak. The tour of a lifetime is just one phone call away. Book now to get a 9% discount on this limited edition Oh Dear Diner coffee thermos.
I heard those are back in stock right now. I want one. I can't afford it, but I want one. Fuck the government. We have bolt cutters. Hey, did you hear what was going on downstairs? No? No, you're just kind of rubbing your keyboard? Okay. That's fine. You do that. Pretending to work. Everybody in here is so chill. Didn't you hear all the gunshots, though?
My client has been held here long enough. Are you gonna let me speak to them or not?
Just a moment, ma'am. Someone will be right with you.
Everything's fine.
Nightingale and his cult are dangerous. We need to be prepared in case things escalate more than they already have. Can you call it in, KC?
A smart choice, Anderson. Yeah, Agent Casey here. Yeah, we need backup. The Bright Falls case, whoever you can spare, ASAP. Think we'll actually find Nightingale at the lake?
The pages haven't been wrong yet.
We can't assume the person writing these pages isn't playing us.
I agree. But it's our best lead.
Thank
I'm
you
gonna take a
for
quick look
immediately
around.
calling for backup.
Meet you back at the car.
See you in a bit.
Merced won't roll over on the issues.
I would vote for Mayor Sutter. My vote's for Mayor Sutter. I don't know about y'all. I heard he's mean to cats. Propaganda. Not true. But someone cares about the issues. Yeah.
Hi.
Did you check out the town, Anderson?
Just getting my bearings. Ready to go?
Waiting on you.
Inky
Rinse and
language.
repeat. Clock out, get a beer. Or maybe 3.
Actually, did I? Can we? There's a little side quest in here. No, I don't think they're around yet. Okay.
So what's good here? Any
Kablam.
nice restaurants? I'm a bit of a foodie.
Well, the restaurants and shops in town are closed at the moment, unfortunately. They'll have a grand reopening right after Deerfest, though. So if you're sticking around till then.
Oh.
Deerfest.
Hey, how are you doing? Whatever a Deerfest even is.
Oh. Well, there's always, if you're a fan of coffee. And
So, okay, there's a car that shows up here later. That's what we're looking for. But there's a couple of sort of ongoing stories where the diner. Oh, yeah, probably. There's a couple of ongoing stories from certain characters that you can run into, and they're awfully cute.
How about that weather forecast for Deerfest? I've been working on this float for a month.
There's one specific one that I'm going to try to follow about a group of ghost hunters. They're like supernatural influencers, like content creators that arrive in town. Oh man, there's no sound. Okay, it'll be added to our thing in a second.
So, Rose, help me out. How do you think we know each other?
We all know each other around here. It's been a while, but I never forget a face. Or a coffee order.
Guess I just have one of those faces. Seen anything out of the ordinary in town lately? Suspicious people in deer masks?
No one's suspicious. But soon enough, there'll be lots of happy people wearing deer masks for Deerfest. Practically everyone will be wearing one.
Good to know.
Huh. Oh dear. Somebody left their moose. A town full of furries. I want that mug. The Oh Dear Diner mug. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, no. I've seen that one. Okay.
Yako, we're going to a cool guy's house to drink some brewskis. Are you coming? No, Ilmo. I'm very busy wearing a turtleneck and drinking wine. Like an asshole. Oh dear, I know what Yako needs. I'm a beer to the rescue. Bring out your inner Wolverine with Armor-Beer. Wow, this is the best party ever. Thanks, Armor-Beer. Alma beer is a traditional Finnish lager, and we drink it the Finnish way.
At the bar while actively avoiding small talk with strangers. Getting blackout drunk on a boat during midsummer and trying not to drown. In the sauna, using your beer can to hide your pippeli from wondering eyes. Partaking in the Finnish tradition of kalsarikännit, drinking at home alone in your underwear with no intentions of going out. It's not sad if it's intentional.
Alma beer, your Finnish drinking adventure starts here.
It's not sad if it's intentional. I think those cans are too big, though. I like to start an Alma beer, but I can never finish one. Yeah. No. FK doesn't get it. Finish one, because they're problem.
I need to come clean, Anderson. I know why Nightingale was here 13 years ago.
Yeah, I prefer when they come filthy.
A writer, Alan Wake.
Tammy mentioned him. She's writing a book on his disappearance.
You know the detective character from his books, Alex Casey.
Yeah, I've heard the jokes at the office. Cold case Casey. Murder case Casey. Sorry.
Haha. It's the same name, similar job. It's the first thing anyone thinks of. It annoyed me, but that was it. Then, 10 years ago, I started getting strange letters in the mail. Fragments of prose describing murders. You've heard the stories about what happened in New York. Some of it, at least. Bodies started to pile up. It was a murder cult. Turns out the fragments sent to me were from the crime books of Alan Wake. The cult was copycatting the murders from the books. In their heads, they were performing a ritual to bring Wake back. Their imagined prophet. After that case, I started looking into Wake's disappearance on the side.
And you thought this case might be connected to him? His name does keep popping up.
I just wanted you to have all the facts.
Next time, give them to me before we find ourselves in the middle of a horror story.
Yeah, literally.
The page says Nightingale's in something called an overlap. Need to figure out exactly what that means.
I'm happy I'm not in charge of this mess.
Thanks. Let's start looking for Nightingale where he was killed. The writer of these pages knows what will happen. Because they're behind this, or because they can see what's coming. Impossible things are happening here. A world operating on different rules. I need to understand this strange logic. To see the clues. To solve the case.
The way this game does its lighting in these different environments is so good. We get to see this forest during the day, dusk and night, and a little bit during the dawn as well. And it's amazing. It's so good. It feels super different every time of day you get to visit it. It's great. I just love it. One of the things I enjoy thinking about in this game, damn it, I said it. Something that I enjoy thinking about in this game is
I've been thinking more about the
I have too, Saga. Those cult murders that Casey talks about, do you think those happened 10 years ago before now? Or did they happen 10 years ago because it's part of the story? I think it might be a little bit of the latter.
Go to the tree. What sort of cult refers to themselves as a cult?
In my experience, they don't.
We're not seeing the full picture yet.
Oh, hey, it's that guy from the TV.
Hey, hello there. How are you folks doing?
Those restricted area signs don't do a damn thing, huh?
Hello. Saga Anderson. Are you two supposed to be here?
I'm Ilmo Koskela. Fantastic to meet you.
Fuck the government.
And yes, Stephen here hired me to show him through the woods. He's in town on important government business. Fixing this impressive piece of hardware.
I work for the FBC, ma'am. I'm authorized to be here.
And I bet you two are here about that murder. Nasty stuff. How's it going?
How did you hear about the murder, Ilmo? Do you know anything that could help us?
People tend to tell me things. The Koskela brothers are kind of a household name around here. Speaking of, if you're looking for some fun, stop by Watery. Just down the road from Bright Falls, there's our Coffee World amusement park. There's sauna ja vihta. And we offer a variety of guided tours, hunting, fishing, hiking, whatever strikes your fancy. You name it, we probably got it.
Sauna.
What is this thing?
It's just a monitoring station, ma'am. The Federal Bureau of Control checks volcanic activity and air toxicity levels. No need to worry, though. It's mostly for research purposes.
That's one gorgeous sweater, Saga. Looks Nordic. I bet a family member made it.
My mother made this sweater for me. How do you know?
I knew it. My mom used to knit those sweaters for me and my brother. Watery, my hometown, was founded by Finnish immigrants. So between your name and the sweater, I figured your family might be from Finland too. Suomi, Finland. Pulla, Karjalan piirakka.
Close. My mom's family is from Sweden originally. I don't know much about them beyond that.
Almost like, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Swedes?
Stephen, we're investigating a murder that occurred nearby. What can you tell me about your bureau?
Nothing that isn't classified, I'm afraid. But I don't know anything about a murder. Operations here are run by a different department. I'm just here to make some repairs. The wiring on this thing frays every couple months.
Yep, that's the raccoons. They grow real big here with teeth like you wouldn't believe. Can gnaw right through a garbage can.
A couple things I want to point out here. I did it again. So, in this scene, you'll notice that Ilmo does not know Saga. Ilmo invites Saga to come visit the town of Watery and is like, oh, hey, if you're in town, do this thing and this thing and this thing. Currently, Ilmo and Saga do not know each other. That will change later. So I want you to keep it in mind. The fact that they talk like strangers here. Another thing is, I think the town of Watery is an Anglicization of Finnish name, because I think it's Huotari, which I'm pronouncing terribly, because I'm not Finnish, and I don't know how to speak Finnish. But, yeah. Yeah,
That's all for now.
You're not even Flemish. Giant. Yeah.
Just something that shouldn't be here. Raccoons, my ass.
What's going on the inside of here, though? Ooh. What do we have here? Clear signs of tampering. Signal was rerouted into a transmitter that's not one of ours. I fixed it so any alerts will come our way, but it's definitely concerning. I'll make a report for the investigations department. Leaving this here in case I'm not the next person to fix this thing. If you're reading this, check for tampering. We may want to put more secure metal casing around the whole thing so that the quote-unquote raccoons don't get to it anymore. Can't speak Finnish until you speak start?
Let's get to the murder site, Casey.
I suppose so. I really like, there's a film that there's posters for in this game.
A lot of things about this case.
Called, Yutonyu, I believe, which is really fun to say.
Keep bothering me. But one thing feels really off. Breaker's disappearance. I don't get the feeling Nightingale was responsible.
He was about to give you more of those pages.
Sus?
Something didn't want us to have them? Or was protecting him from Nightingale? Spontaneous combustion? I don't know. Not the kind of disappearance we normally solve.
Do you know spontaneous combustion cases have gone down exponentially ever since people started smoking cigarettes less? It's like directly correlated. It's really weird. There's no explanation for that.
Our crime scene's drowning. I never minded rain. Feels like home.
No sign of Nightingale. But the page did place him at Cauldron Lake, in an overlap. So how do we follow him there?
Maybe something around here will tell us.
Perkele?
We've seen this symbol before.
Good eye.
Oh, was that under the body? So, two triangles pointing up in the shape of a tree. Okay.
After we find Nightingale, what then? I've never arrested a monster.
I've watched you arrest plenty of monsters, Anderson.
You know what I mean. Monsters. Light worked against him at the morgue. That might be the only way to stop him from hurting anyone else. Monsters, overlaps, rituals. What do you make of all of this?
The killers are usually the ones performing the ritual, not the detective. Acting out their sick fantasy. They may be trying to get you involved, forcing you into their twisted world.
But with dead men coming alive, the word ritual starts to have more weight behind it. We need to look around. Learn what this ritual is.
Spontaneous combustion cases have gone down at the same time as monarch butterfly populations have gone down, but no one ever suspects the butterfly? Well, now I do.
Nightingale. I'll see where these footprints lead. Can you comb through the crime scene one more time, KC? Just in case?
On it. If anything comes up, I'll radio you.
Well, now I'm thinking the butterflies did it. Exploding butterflies. Curious what the FBC the public thinks the FBC does in this world. That's a good question. I think they think it's just like a government department that does.
The tracks lead into
something.
the water. Where'd he go from here? I can feel something. A presence.
They call the thing out here a volcanic monitoring station, which is like monitoring geological activity in case of eruptions or something like that. So maybe something related to that. Unclear.
is that? These aren't the same tracks that were here before. They're headed into the tree, not out of it.
Junpei, did you know?
I know Nightingale is somewhere around Cauldron Lake.
The tree was a threshold. This place and the dark place. You're in over your head. Next stop, Caldera Street Station.
The threshold. Like a doorway. Leading to Nightingale.
Just like that.
It's somehow connected to a tree. Witch's Ladle?
The cult of the tree.
My flashlight burned the dark stuff away. It was covering another page.
The fuse was in place. Saga stepped into the witch's hut. Inside, a bright light. There were objects that stood out to Saga, as if the light had manifested them.
The witch's hut. Okay. I trust the pages to lead me to the overlap.
Alright. This page, you will notice, is a little bit different. The fuse was in place. She had found it among the junk in the forest. Saga stepped inside the witch's hut. Something rushed through her, a presence, familiar. She couldn't quite place it. Something long forgotten. She tried to hold on to it, but it was already gone. 1. No edits. 2. The name Saga in the text. Typewritten pages. Also, all of this information, beneficial to us. All of this is helping us. I am pretty sure this is a page that is an edit because it was written and added to the book after the fact, right? The reason there's no edits on this one is because this is a new page added to the work. But it is distinctly different than the others. We'll find a couple more of those. Thanks, Alan. Fallon.
This is the witch's hut.
Anderson, thought I saw something in the woods. Probably just a deer, but I'm gonna check it out.
Okay. I found another page. Following up on a lead. Keep checking in. This fuse is busted.
Try not to have a fest that deer, I guess? Friday. Midge told me today that her family's moving away. This sucks. I haven't even told her I like her yet. What's the point anymore? She said her parents want to get better jobs, get her to a better school in a big city. I guess that's fair. Who wants to stay in Bright fucking Falls? Sunday. So I told her. She said thanks. Fucking kill me. Oh, that's rough, buddy. Oof. Roblox, oof.
This one looks good. People should really stop littering, though.
Thanks. Oh my god.
Is that a kid's lunchbox? An Alex Casey movie lunchbox. Casey hates the endless jokes about coincidentally having the same name as a fake detective. He hates those cheesy crime books, but he really hates the movies.
Understandable. I think they kind of lost a bit of the magic. I don't think they translated to film very well. I know things can get a little crazy around here, but if you're ever feeling scared, just remember that Alan is watching over us. Cool Pause for a sec. Why are there kids' lunchboxes for violent crime movies? Hang on a sec. Hang on. Hold on. Hold your horses. Right there. What's your next question? I had that lunchbox. They made lunchboxes in the 80s were a thing. RoboCop, Terminator, Aliens. There were. I think the Toxic Avenger got one. It's weird stuff. Yeah. Bizarre. Rambo. Toxic Avenger got turned into a cartoon. So did RoboCop. I don't think Terminator ever did. Rambo did. Aliens had one in production, but it never got finished. So I don't think it ever aired. But yeah, fucking weird. fucking bizarre. The 80s were a time. I kind of miss it. The witch's hut. Here lived the witch of Cauldron Lake. Beware, her spirit may still haunt this place. Ooh. There was that cartoon about the mummies that no one remembers the name of. Okay, the name of it is Mummies Alive. However, I have stated this before, and I still believe it. I think that show would have been much more successful if they named it what it actually is, which is Tutankhamun Rider. I think it would have sold better. It is, though!
Another page. Making progress.
No! Stop it! Good joke, still turns. That's fair. They have transformation sequences, they have, like, battle armor, it's just what it is. Thank you for the setup, Nines.
The image of the witch in the sign. Saga addressed the witch. The smudged line on the heart. The second part recited from memory. I brought you the heart, witch. Show me the terror. Saga pushed the heart through the hole in the sign.
Show me the terror. You remember the Godzilla animated series? Oh, the Hanna-Barbera one? That's Godzuki, yeah. Up from the sea, 30 stories high, breathing fire, lights up the sky. Godzilla, doom, 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 and Godzuki. Good stuff. So I think... No, they did a 1998 Godzilla animated series. Oh, the one based on the American Godzilla. Right. They did that too, yes. That one didn't have Godzuki, though. That's a lot of fish. So I think that all of these instances of the ritual to enter the overlaps were added in the edit. And I think that's important. It had Godzukis, many Godzukis and eggs. Oh, in the movie? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it did.
Shouldn't spend time on old questions.
It's doing this automatically. Because I already figured this part out.
The page from the witch's hut seems to be describing some kind of ritual.
Mm-hmm.
To get into the overlap, I need to find Nightingale's heart. Read the line imprinted on it, plus the line on the page to the witch's ladle sign. Then push the heart through the hole in the sign.
Nightingale's heart disappeared from the morgue. Where is it now?
That's a good question. So what do y'all think about the use of rituals in this game? Because, like, when we get into these overlaps, throughout Saga's story, we're going to have to perform a different ritual for each, right? And in the first game, it was really important that, like, art was becoming real. I think in this game, they're using the ritual as sort of synecdoche for the production of art. You know what I mean? The process, more than the finished product. But it's also used for, like, in Alan Wake 1, the reason Alan can't write his way out of the dark place, or he can't just write he can't just write that the dark presence is defeated, because it has to fit the narrative, right? So the bits of the narrative leading up to that ending that he wants is also kind of a ritual, right? It's a series of scenes, behaviors, actions, and objects that lead up to the desired result. I can see art in every one except this overlap. I thought about that too. And I think there is art in this one. There's two ways to look at it, though. I think there's two ways to look at it. We'll see.
I need Nightingale's heart to get to the overlap. Where is it?
The cultist leaned close. He was there, but he was risen. Nightingale was there. The opposite of sunspots. Who said that?
That's not it. I don't have what I need to find Nightingale's heart. There must be more.
Where is it? Where is it, Joker?
Nightingale's heart. Where is it?
While they played cards in the general store, the witch had stolen his heart. Get out of my house.
Nightingale's heart is at the general store, in a fridge.
Okay, got another question for you. Was the heart in the general store before Saga did this profiling?
I need to check the general store for the heart.
Casey!
Did she discover
I'm headed
that?
to the general store. I think I know how to get into the overlap.
Roger that. I followed some ATV tracks in the woods and got a bit turned around.
Did you get lost?
I've only been lost once in my life, Anderson. The years I spent with my ex-wife. I'll find my way back, don't you worry about it.
I've only been lost one time in my life, Anderson, for 6 seasons. Back in 2004 to 2009. He's pretty divorced, yeah. Also fun that she's never questioned this ability of hers before. So, yeah, I'm thinking that it's purposefully vague whether or not the heart existed there before this, because we're going to see another perspective of the heart arriving in that icebox, and it is definitely not there until it's there. And we're going to see one explanation for how it gets there. But I think that another explanation is that it's there because of Saga's profiling. One of the reasons I think that is because she's very close to the lake right now, and Saga's Mind Palace is a form of art. The game tends to treat it that way, and I think that it has the ability to shape reality the same way that Alan's writing does. She just doesn't know that yet. I think her putting these clues together is very similar to what Alan has to do in his writing, which is piece these pieces together, take these evidence and strings, tie them into a narrative that makes sense, and make a story out of it, right? That's what she's doing in her Mind Palace with the threads and with the evidence, is to combine it into a narrative. And I think that, by some definitions of the phrase, that is a form of storytelling. It's a form of art. It's a form of creation. You know? So I think it's entirely possible that the heart is now in that icebox because Saga did that profiling, because it fits the narrative that Saga came up with in her head, yeah.
Christ!
Because she has to follow where the evidence leads, that's also what you have to do with a narrative. You have to go where the narrative leads you. I just noticed that for some reason my health is low. Okay. Deerfest, live music!
The King Warp alert everyone as minorities.
Typical cop behavior.
Occultist. A monster. Like Nightingale.
So... Cult of the Tree! Cult of the Tree! The Taken in Saga's parts of this story do kind of behave very similar to the Taken in the first game. I posited that the reason that the Taken sort of talk and act like they do in that game is for a couple reasons. One of which is they could be sort of two-dimensional characters that are just a part of the story but not really important to it. So they kind of have like stock dialogue, stock lines. They're not really fleshed out. They're not really people the same way that the main characters are, right? It could be that they're being created because the Dark Presence is latching onto other pieces of art. Things like advertisements and other like scrap writing and turning people into Taken based on that sort of thing. Advertising slogans are a lot of what the Taken spout in the first game. In this game, they're a little more, I guess, overt about what their character is, which is, "Rawr, I'm a cultist! I'm in the cult!" You know what I mean? It's very first draft. Saga at the general store. Saga edged toward the broken door, her gun ready, flashlight aimed ahead. Nightingale said it would be here. The Cauldron Lake General Store was overgrown left to right. Saga. See how blatant it is that Saga is inserted there? Thought about the cult of the tree. They had been here, waiting, planning a gruesome ritual murder. Meanwhile, they played cards in the general store, like it was another late-night poker game. Making an urban legend may not have been the brightest move, all things considered. Yeah! Yeah, especially if you're near a lake that turns fiction into reality. Probably a bad idea. Yeah. I think it's interesting that, right now, Alex Casey is not in this story for really spurious reasons. Why isn't Alex with Saga right now? The answer is Saga went off on her own and Casey was like, oh yeah, I'll wait here. Oh, I think I saw something. I'll go wander off and do that thing. This game keeps doing that, giving Alex kind of spurious reasons not to be a part of the narrative right now. And I think that's interesting because it does make it feel kind of like these are edits being added, you know? Like he was the main character of the story and now he's being sidelined. We've inserted a new character instead. I think it's fun, I like it. D&D games in this town must have been wild. Oh yeah. Don't forget, update the code. 705, 713, 717, 723, 739. Also, it was set to 723, which is the previous password. That's cute. It's a cute detail. It's when there's a bunch of people running around who all know kind of what's going on, they just don't talk about it. Understandably so, yeah. I probably wouldn't talk about it either. The fact that we use the flashlight to dispel that darkness before grabbing this heart kind of mirrors the idea that the heart is added here by the narrative, right? Because during Alan Wake 1, we talked a little bit about the collective unconscious and the idea that the shadow self is where sort of creativity and imagination are pulled from. There's a dark subconscious that's dark not because it's evil, but because it's unknown. You can't interact with it. It's the same for imagination. When we're asking a question like, where does inspiration come from? Where do writings come from? Where does art come from? There's a sense in ourselves that it's coming from a part of our own minds that is inaccessible, that is dark, that we can't see and interact with, right? It's like darkness because it's ephemeral. It doesn't have a form or a shape to it until we bring it into the light, right? We give it form as art, as writing, as, something like that. Light representing knowledge and the manifestation of the thing. The darkness representing like the underlying emotion and sort of subliminal inspirations that go into it. Things like tropes and other stories that we've read. Art is a thing that doesn't have a form until we give it one, right? That we have to bring it out of the sort of vague, ephemeral smoke in our mind and put it into something solid. And in the first game, that's represented kind of by the Taken, which are sort of shadowy figures that are, distorted, that are unclear, that are shadows of their self, and you shine the light on them and they become solid. Here I find it interesting that we're doing something similar with this heart, that maybe at some point in the story, it's, this heart was just a MacGuffin. It was, Saga needs a thing from the store, right? And we didn't have a clear idea of what it would be yet. And the details fill themselves out.
The text on the heart is clearer now. Legible.
Like, for instance, the writing on this heart may have been vague at some point. Oh, there's a clue written on the heart that Saga needs. I don't know what it is yet, I'll fill that in later. Right? But now, at this point in the story, it's important what the writing is. So now we can fill in that detail.
I feel like I recognize this. The fridge. The heart. I knew it would be here. Like I saw it in a dream.
It's not just that these...
And now I need to give the heart to the witch. Makes total sense.
It's not just that these elements are part of a narrative. It's not just that they're part of a piece of art. It's the ritual. They're being made as we're playing it. You know what I mean? The story's being written and edited while we're in the middle of it. Similar to how Ilmo didn't seem to recognize Saga earlier, but in the next chapter of this game, Ilmo's gonna talk to Saga like he's known her his whole life. Because that's an aspect of the story that's just changing on the fly. There will be several instances of this kind of thing.
Casey, there are cultists in the area.
If you think about it, video games are kind of like that. They're an incomplete form of art until the player interacts with them, aren't they? There's something different about a game, where if somebody is not interacting with it physically, if there's not a player present, there's no way to consume it as art.
They're taken, like Nightingale. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I'm still finding my way back.
You have the worst sense of direction.
Any city in America I can get through drunk and blindfolded. It's these damn trees.
Okay. I'm en route to Witch's Ladle. I need to perform a ritual to open the overlap. This case just keeps getting weirder. But it is exciting.
You could argue that for any art, to be honest, but yeah, especially for games. Absolutely. Yeah.
Is the simulation immersive before the player flushes the toilet?
No. No, you gotta be able to take a piss in a game, or it's not a real game. That's why the only real video games are Heavy Rain, No More Heroes, and that one Polish movie tie-in game we played for the PlayStation 2. Torrente 3? Those are the only real video games. Oh, and Death Stranding, of course. Anyway. It's got such a good atmosphere to it. Yeah, absolutely. I think that movie was Spanish, not Polish. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that was a Spanish film. I think you're right. In Torrente 3. Anyway. I think more than Alan Wake 1, Alan Wake 2 is interested in talking about both art and audience. I think that it wants to discuss the process of observing and consuming art as a part of the art's existence. And I almost think that that's where Saga fits into this story. Because Alan is the writer, right? And he's sort of a stand-in for Sam Lake and some of his feelings about his own writing. But Saga's a character who's coming into the story and kind of trying to piece it together. She's the one who's like reading the pages and following along. She's a character in the story, obviously, but as we'll learn later, the story holds less sway over her than most other characters in this, which makes her much more of an audience member. And I think that's a fascinating direction to go. I like it. I like this game. Oh. Yeah. Not another one. Yeah. What do they say? Gruesome ritual murder. Birds flew around. Darkness flowed. Ritual. Hiking?
The return of the nightmare!
Okay.
Get away!
Ooh. The American Nightmare? Oh! What if, though? I just wanted to hear a little more of their dialogue. It's just yelling what horror movie title suggestions at this point. Kinda, yeah. They're like back of the box snippets, aren't they? I never got a mash interaction with the Mook taken. Yeah, you can get that, or if you have a flare in your inventory, you'll get the flare prompt instead, which is just hit R2 and kill them. More or less. So
there's the sign with the witch.
Later on, these rituals will have more to do with some pieces of art. In one sense of the word. And I think they also have something to do with... How do I put this? How do I put this together? We're going to see two sides to every one of these rituals in the overlap, right? Because they're overlapping realities between here and the dark place. In the dark place, these are going to be related to 1, a novel, 2, a record, and 3, a mask. And we're going to find these in a subway, a theater, a hotel where a theater production is being done. And there's also a television studio. So there's a bunch of different places where, with the exception of the subway. The subway's the weird one out here. But, the rest of them are places where art is produced or consumed. What's kind of neat about this first one, I think, is that the ritual here is to recreate a scene from the ending of Alan Wake 1. when Alan reaches the clicker into Barbara Jagger's chest and clicks it to end the game, right? They're all performance spaces, especially the subway. And New York subway? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. That makes sense to me. Yeah, there's also graffiti and buskers. It's also heavily related to specifically Alan's writing. We'll get there when we get there, but yeah, in Saga's version of these overlaps, they're going to be related to this story about the witch's ladle. The next one's going to be about the legend of a haunted well. You know, the one after that is a story about a family that's been put to music. It's really interesting to me because in Saga's side of things, what she's doing is collecting sagas, stories, tales. That's her entrance into the overlap, is to put together these yarns. And for a character whose name is Saga, who is named after a Norse storyteller, whose name literally means, you know, a story, it's appropriate, I think. It's very dry for a heart.
The wave crashed on the far side of the mirror. I brought you the heart, witch.
Show me the terror. Click. This red lighting is great. It's a little giallo, you know? I like it. Mm-hmm.
Casey, I think I'm in the overlap. Are you still on your way? Casey! Casey, do you read me? Fuck. Okay, Saga. Going in solo.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly a shape for them trees. Captain, I am approaching the V'ger orifice. You'll notice during the overlap here, there's going to be,
Logan? Logan! Where are you? What the fuck was that? Logan's back in Virginia.
Yeah, she
You're
can't be
imagining
here.
things.
You're going to notice a neat little effect here, where when Saga's walking through, I believe, this tunnel of the trees, it's going to be overlaid with the image of a different location. And it's going to be a little bit disorientating, and I think it's great, and I love it. I love to see it, and it's something that's borrowed directly from Twin Peaks: The Return.
Please help me. What was that? Wait. Did I get turned around?
Alan, wait.
No, this is right. This place is looking like a nightmare.
It's not a loop saga. Nightingale enters the lake. The writer went into the lake, banished the dark presence. Taken still lurked in the woods. The dark place receded. The current pulled back those with darkness inside into the lake.
Nightingale.
Nightingale was there, one of them. The dark presence, Jagger, had taken him. The witch had stolen his heart. They sank beneath the waves, the dark place, wandering in shadows, muttering to themselves. It's dark. I'm lost? Where am I? Who am I? I can't remember. It's cold. Premium cabins for rent in Bright Falls. Who said that? Can you hear me? I need help. Please, stop this. What do I do? You must dig it out. Their shapes shifted, echoes of the writer's dreams, fading in, fading out, the next story, and the story after that. The writer was writing again. Yeah, the Carl Stuckey line, yeah. Interesting that we get an explanation for what happened after 2010. Nightingale was great in the last game. How unhinged he was in a hilarious way. Agreed, yeah. He was fucking awful. I hated him. There's this interesting wavy effect that's going on in the distance here. That's almost like being underwater.
He's here. Nightingale.
Like you're viewing this through the ocean. You've got your eyes open underwater. Oh, it's this one. Here it is.
Trapped here. To escape. Danger.
Who is that? It's like they're coming in over a bad signal.
Okay. These symbols are not the same as the Cult of the Tree. Two downward-facing triangles forming a W. That's important for later.
Nightingale's badge.
Breasts. Breastises. Pretty pointy ones, I suppose. The Lara Croft special. Oh, I love that effect so much! Jaconite, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Seeing the subway while we walk through the woods in that scene is so good. I love the way that it overlays those two different environments over each other. You can see that effect in some of the later episodes of Twin Peaks: The Return, when characters are walking down a specific hallway. It intercuts with footage of the woods. And it looks great, and I love it, and this is a really cute homage. Oh, come on, hit the weak point. Right in the heart. There it is.
Oh shit!
I want to get away from whatever that is. It is like the big dumb void in heckin' Downpour. Normal difficulty, I had a little bit of trouble here first. Not uncommon. Oh. This fight can be pretty tough, especially when you've got pretty limited resources and weapons at your disposal. Doubly so if you didn't pick up the shotgun earlier. Which is optional. But if you miss the shotgun, this fight can be a pain in the butt. I'm gonna grab a couple other resources here. Mm-hmm. The writer must write again. I heard something. There he is. What? I do not understand the mindset of anyone who sees a shotgun on a wall in a horror game and does not dedicate all mental resources to obtaining a shotgun. Yes, however, the shotgun is on the opposite wall from where the heart is, and kind of where your objective is. So, I think some people just kind of miss it, because you have to sort of go to the right and then take a few steps forward before you can see the shotgun inside the case. So I think some people just kind of miss it because they just see the big point of progress that the game is pointing you towards, and not the other opposite direction. So I think some people kind of miss either the shotgun or the inventory upgrade that's in the same area before this fight. I've seen it happen a couple times, you know. I don't blame anyone.
Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
Hear me.
I'm
I am.
Sarah Anderson, FBI. I can hear you.
Cauldron Lake.
Yes, I'm at Cauldron Lake. Where are you?
How to escape. In danger. The dark presence.
Danger. Thanks. Got it. Hey!
Secret Joy DeFerrell, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. You know, I'm not gonna talk about the VHS static again, because I talk about it every time it shows up in a game, but I just want to point out that it's there.
Are you okay?
No! It's my fault! He got out with my face scratch!
Sir, calm down. I'm gonna need you to take a breath.
He's changed the story. The dark presence. We must stop it before...
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've been...
Wake? Where did you come from? You've been missing for 13
New York.
years.
Oh.
13.
End of chapter. Title drop. He said the thing. Made a promise that I'm coming out alive. Raging heart went too far. 13. Oh god, my editor's gonna be on my ass. Funny you should say that. These end of chapter songs are so good. I love every one of them. Hey, I don't think we've talked about what a great name Alan Wake is for the writer in this game. I'm gonna talk about it. Okay. Real quick. Wake is awake, right? Like awake, like not asleep. Which is the game is about, nightmares. Alan Wake opens the first game by talking about, I've always had a vivid imagination. He talks about nightmares constantly. Awake is about waking up from the nightmare. The wake is also the disturbance in the from moving through the water. Alan trapped in the lake, right? And also, awake is what you have before the funeral. It's so good! Oh, what a inspired choice. A lake. Sam Wake. I can see myself and I don't need to hide. My foolish pride paid the price. It's got a lot of layers, yeah, like an onion. Or a landfill. It's almost like somebody wrote all of history to have those three meanings converge. Kinda, yeah. Sam Wake is also his chosen name for the non-finished gaming market. His born name is Sammy Yarvi? Yeah. Does his Finnish name mean lake, though? Okay. Perfect. God, I love this game. I think I'm going to stop here, though. I know that we haven't made a lot of progress today, in a lot of time. We've only gotten through 2 chapters of a bunch. But yeah. Chapter end, good point to stop. leave it on a little bit of a cliffhanger. What's Alan been up to? 13 years? Must have been getting a lot of writing done, I assume. Probably feeling great. I'm gonna find out what he's been up to. If I saw this game on its own, I'd see the jump scares and the dialogue, and I feel I would immediately dislike it. Yeah. Understandable. Part of the dialogue is, I'm not gonna say it like bad, but part of the dialogue is cheesy or kind of opportunistic on purpose. Especially because part of it is Alan's writing come to life, right? So a lot of the writing that we see in here that winds up being just a little bit too convenient, or something like that, is partially because this is a first draft of a script or a manuscript that Alan's writing, right? So it is sometimes intentional. I'm not going to say like all the writing is because of that, but Alan is, yes, kind of a bad writer, but also everybody's first draft is going to be bad. And on top of that, Alan has been stuck at the bottom of a lake for 13 years. And guess what? When you have no outside input, when there's no art around you, when you can't interact with the rest of the world, that negatively impacts your ability to make art. I think there's this misconception sometimes from artists or writers who are like, oh, I don't want to be derivative, so I don't want to read other people's books. And motherfucker, that's not how you make it. Because all art is in conversation with the world you exist in and the context of all art. Yeah, we all felt that during quarantine, where it became much harder to do even simple tasks just because we're not getting input from other places. So I don't fault Alan particularly for doing bad writing in this circumstance. Because where are you going to get inspiration from at the bottom of a fucking lake? It's a metaphor for depression. What a good game. I love this. I love this game a lot. So being socially isolated and disability, for instance, sucks so hard. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Are you telling me Garth Marenghi's wrong? Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. Yes. That's the character. That's the character. He's supposed to be wrong. Also, here's the thing. Think about that from a meta perspective, though. You couldn't have made Garth Marenghi unless you were writing in conversation with Stephen King novels or, like, 80s soap operas. Like, Garth Marenghi as a show could not have been made without all the things that inspired. Right? It's, Later on in this game, we will see a very specific example of this, where the writing is being very bad on purpose, from a very minor character who only shows up for one part of this entire game, and I think is voiced by Sam Lake. And not to spoil it too much, but is a guy tied to a chair who's going, "Don't go over there and grab that knife and kill me. Please don't kill me with that knife over there." It's so forced and so, like, I think it's actually Sam Lake, yeah. And it's so funny. I love it so much. Ugh. Anyway, I can gush about this game forever. It is indeed Sam himself? Oh, I didn't know there was a way to confirm that. Because I didn't know it was in the credits or anything like that, but that's funny. That's great. I'm gonna write a part for myself in my game, and it's going to be me doing the worst read of the worst possible dialogue. I love that. I love that so much. On purpose, you know? I love how Sam Lake is self-aware of his weirdness. Yeah, a couple of times I've kind of compared Sam Lake to being a Finnish version of Hideo Kojima.
Lucky Bunsen Goo. 0 Lucky Bun Blob.
Dreaming of the blob. Adam, thank you so much for 39 months. Have a good snagoo. I have compared Sam Lake sometimes to being like a Hideo Kojima from Finland, and I do think that's kind of true. But the end of Death Stranding 2 may have been the first time when I thought Hideo Kojima is like a Japanese Sam Lake. And if you've beaten Death Stranding 2, you'll know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to spoil it. There is a moment in that game that is very Sam Lake-ish. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here for the stream. I really, really appreciate all of you hanging out for this. I hope it was interesting. I hope there were things to think about. I get really nervous about doing these Bunalysis ones, because I'm like, okay, am I going to say something that's worthwhile? Am I going to say something that's, like, interesting, or that I want people to hear? Am I going to give anybody any new information? And am I going to be able to get all the ideas in my head out? So, I don't know. I hope that I succeeded in one of those. But thank y'all so much for being here for this. Let's find somebody to redo.
I'm loving and excited for this. So yes, even if you are giving no new information, you are sharpening the rock that is my mind.
I appreciate it. Oh my goodness.